Can you get up there? Come on, let's get up there. I know there's nowhere for you to walk. Hi, friends. Gotta take care of a cat for a minute. Oh, yeah, let go. No, let go. Reggie, let go. I'm just gonna put you in your bucket. It's okay. You don't have to leave. You're just gonna go right here. Okay? Here, just go, lay down. Hi, friends. I'm here. I'm here. Come on, please lay down. Lay in your bucket. Come on. Reggie, come on. Sit down. You need to sit in your bucket. Oh, goodness. Well, we may have a challenging morning in front of us because there's a cat that is wanting to participate again. If you were with us at the end of last night, he very much was part of the show. He is standing right here right now. So, buddy, that's not going to work. That's not going to work, Reg. Oh, he's all sorts of messed up. Don't. Oh, okay. Well, he's now laying right there. So, welcome. We better have some more coffee. You got. You just won't even. Like literally, he's a big cat. He is laying across everything. It's gonna be a challenge. I might have to lock him out, and then he's gonna be very sad. Anyhow, hello, friends. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday morning. If it feels like we were just here, it's because we were. I don't know. I feel like I blinked, and then here we are again. We are here today celebrating. Look.
Reggie.
I know, right? Oh, get in the bucket. Oh, he just.
Get in your bucket.
If you saw the desk, he can't even walk. Anyhow, we're here today. So total distraction behind me with Nick and Reggie. We're here today celebrating the 6-year listiversary. 6 years ago, it's next week, actually March 21st, was when we started doing all things Traveler's Notebooks the first weekend of the pandemic. And here we are 6 years later, which is just unbelievable to me. So that we're celebrating this weekend. We are also celebrating the 7th year of me turning my side hustle into a full-time thing, full-time business. And that is also crazy to think as well. You gonna come in and say hi? Nick's headed off skiing, and then we're meeting a group of friends. Hi. Okay, thank you. Bye, honey.
Welcome to bed today, honey.
Okay. Hey, watch what you're stepping on. There's your stuff all over the floor.
When you literally can't see the floor, you have to step on something.
Oh, I know. You guys should see it. There's literally, I'm like in this little space.
Here, Reggie, keep her in line.
Yeah, the entire desk is covered. The entire floor is covered. When I'm done today, I'll take a video. I'll post it in the Facebook group so you can kind of see, because it literally, we ended about 11 p.m. last night Mountain Time. We started at 5 and did so in about 6 hours. And I had every intent, well, not really last night, let's be honest. I had every intent this morning of coming in and kind of cleaning everything up so we could start fresh, and I didn't. I had a lot of emails I needed to get through. I always want to make sure if anybody had any questions or problems or anything like that throughout the day yesterday, and I tried to stay on top of it, but lots more orders came in last night, so I sat on my computer for about an hour-ish and then went to bed. And then woke up at 6:30, and I clearly could have woken up about 3:30 with everything I could have done this morning, but didn't. Good news is I've had 1 cup of coffee so far. We need the caffeine. And also, Nick made me egg bites, and I literally shoveled those in, like almost with a spatula, it felt like, right before we started. So we're good. Caffeine and protein, 2 very important things for us to kick off the morning. If you are new here, welcome to you. My name is Layle Kankar. I have a business called Layle by Mail. I manufacture lots of my own products, Traveler's Notebooks, Traveler's Notebook inserts, different tools, stickers, stamps, metal dies, paper, storage pouches, so many different things, which also is a little bit kind of crazy to think about, because 6 years ago, there was nothing. And it was never my intent to manufacture my own products, but through a very kind of long weaving story, it happened. Those first couple months of the pandemic, we were all like craving any kind of social interaction. And so that first Saturday is when I decided, well, let's just back up. World shut down on a Monday. And then on the Wednesday after the world shut down, we had an earthquake here in Utah, which we should have earthquakes more often. We are on a pretty significant fault line, but I've lived in Utah for 45, maybe 45 years, never had an earthquake, and of course Mother Nature decides maybe the first week of the pandemic would be a really good time to throw one in there. And so that Wednesday, I'm like, oh, Lordy, what am I going to do? I was, like a lot of us, freaking out, panicked, what's going on with the world. And I thought, I need something to distract me. And but you know what? I know a lot about Traveler's Notebooks. I'm very passionate about Traveler's Notebooks. So I'm going to put together a free class. I worked on it Thursday, Friday. It went up. It was pre-recorded. I'd never done a live before. It was pre-recorded. And Sam, our younger son, and Nick and I sat in our family room. We watched it on the big screen, and there was lots of chat going on. And it was fun because it kind of felt like we were together. We're chatting, and after that, I thought, well, that was a good distraction, and it kind of felt like I had a little bit more to say about Traveler's Notebook. So I did another one the next Saturday. After that, I'm like, you know what? This is a thing. I'm going to keep doing this because it's really good for me. It's giving me something to think about, focus on. And on Saturdays, those first couple of Saturdays, I'm like, it feels like I am with my friends. And so I kept doing that. But then they turned live. So after the second one, everything was live. If you want a little chuckle, you can go back and watch any of those. There are 6 years of them now here on my YouTube channel. But our younger son, Sam, had to come home from college, and he was not happy about that. He just had his first semester as a freshman, so he's not very happy, but he didn't have anything else to do either, so he's in here with me. He's sitting in a chair, he's reading the comments if I missed them, kind of adminning for me, and as mother and sons often do, we start bickering. And it was not planned, but he's like, Mom, that made no sense. Why did you tell him to do that? And I'm like, dude, hello? But we had a lot of fun, and a lot of you felt like you knew Sam from that. But here we are, 6 years later. And when I'm in town, we are still doing our Saturday listing sessions. Every year, since that first fateful Saturday, we've done an anniversary celebration, and that's what we are doing today. Now, I had something that, long story, but could not be moved this afternoon. So what we ended up doing was we did 5 hours last night. We're going to do another 4 or 5 hours this morning. So our listing session was divided into 2. Normally it's one long one with about an hour break in the middle on Saturday. But what I kind of liked about that, one long one in one day is a lot. It's a lot for me. It's a lot for some of you. So I think going forward, we might split it up like that. Do maybe a Friday night and a Saturday morning. It was kind of fun. But speaking of that, if you did not know about Friday night or you missed Friday night, you will find a link to that in the description box of the video to the first part 1. You'll also find that just here on my YouTube channel. We had a lot of fun last night. So when I flip the camera and we get started, we'll quickly kind of look over the lists that we did last night, and then we'll dive into our list for today. We have 3 more lists for today. If you didn't join us last night, there's something that you would like to see. This. I always consider myself very whole-brained. I'm very analytical, but I'm also creative. The analytical side of me thinks in spreadsheets, like this. This is our spreadsheet of prizes. These are the ones we gave away live last night during the live. These are the ones we will give away live today. So today we'll do 10 more prizes live. And then you see these. These are both after party prizes. So if you missed the live last night and couldn't participate, the same prizes, all 10 same prizes, I am giving away in the after party, both for this morning and last night. The way you participate in the after party prizes, you just leave a comment on the video. So you'll see that part 1 on my YouTube channel. Go in and leave a comment. Odds are pretty good. Your odds of winning an after party prize are generally pretty good as compared to the live ones. There's a lot more people, especially in the beginning, that are watching live. Sometimes it takes people a week or 2 to catch up with the afterplay. So just make a quick note. Once we're done, hop over to, you can do it now. You can hop over to the one from last night now because it's there. But when this one is over, and the next 2 weeks, leave a comment on the video when it's over, and that will increase your chances of winning a prize, especially an after party. But let's talk about the live prizes. The live prizes all take place in the chat. And we've been doing that for about the last 2 years. The way the live prizes work, you need to participate in the chat. So if you're watching live, there's a chat that takes place. I know you guys are here because I can see that I can see the chat scrolling over here on my iPad. Once I kind of get growing, I'll be able to see who's here. But right now, I can't see it, too far away. But they take place in the live chat. And when I say, hey, we're going to do a prize, I usually wait a couple minutes, but you want to chat it up in the chat, because when I say, okay, I'm ready to give it, I just scroll my finger up in the chat, and wherever my finger stops, that is the person that wins the live prize. And we have 10 of those live prizes today. And trust me, there's some good ones. Well, any prize is a good prize, right? But yes, we did the same prizes last night, so good ones. The only thing I would ask, if you've already won a prize, I will pick somebody else. So we had that happen a couple times last night. I know people were totally awesome about it, but if someone had already won a prize, I pick somebody else. So we'll do that kind of with last night and today. If you've already won a prize, we'll just go ahead and pick somebody else if you don't mind. So we can spread the love a little bit more. Oh, some other things we need to talk about before I flip the camera. A lot of products I used last night, a lot of the products I used today, you will find on the website at laylebymail.com. In the description box of the video, there is a link to the products I am using. So that link will be there. It won't change until we do our next live. So lots of different products I'm using, and if you are seeing something and you're wondering, ooh, what is she using? You'll be able to see that on that page. Now, we have 2 admins, I think 2. For sure one, because I can see her right now, helping us out today. Number 1 is Terry Leto. You guys, some of you feel like you know her. She's been around forever. I've known her since my Simple Stories days, and she has graciously offered to help moderate and pop links into the chat, because Amy is in Tokyo. I will be going to meet Amy in Tokyo on Tuesday. So Amy's in Tokyo, so unfortunately she won't be with us today. I know she misses us, but you know what? I just think she'd probably rather be in Tokyo, honestly, right? So thank you, Terry. Make sure, Terry, I sent you should receive an email from me this morning, so watch for it. And then I think we also may have Becky Moore, my graphic designer, here with us. So if I see her pop in, I will, I'll make sure to call her out, and I'll tell you a little bit more about her. There is a big sale happening this weekend. This happens once a year and only once a year. My Layle by Mail branded products don't ever go on sale. If I'm retiring them and they've been around for a while, maybe some of the stamps, we did that kind of to help us out with the move, but they never go on sale. But always for the anniversary weekend. So what I'm telling you there is put something in your calendar for next March, because this happens every March. Always for the anniversary weekend, my Layle by Mail branded products are 15% off. That is something you want to know. Because if you're shopping, I don't know about you, but I'll never turn down a coupon code, right? I'm the kind of person that I always am looking for coupon codes. So, where's my little, oh yes, where's my little, here it is. Bear with me while I grab it off the floor. This guy. You will also find this coupon code linked in the description box of the video. And I bet Terry will also pop this in for us. So, all of my Layle by Mail branded products, with the exception of a couple things that I'll tell you about in a minute, you want to use coupon code 15, because it's 15% off, LBM for Layle by Mail 2026 for the year. All right? So LBM 15 LBM 2026. That coupon code applies to all of my Layle by Mail branded products, with the exception of any of the 2026 season pass products, with the exception of any of my project kits, so my mini book project kits or traveler's notebook project kits, with the exception of the ink blending foam storage solution, and then any bundled products. So a lot of times with a new release, I bundle products together, and those are not part of the sale because they're already discounted. They're already discounted 10%. So you have a choice with those. You could say, 5% on that bundle doesn't make a difference to me, so I'm just going to add the bundle and get the 5%. Or you can still get the 15%, you just need to individually add all of the bundled products to your cart, and then you get the 15%. So there we have it. If you have not shopped, I encourage you to go shop. Many of you have shopped, many, and thank you so much for that. Just to kind of be aware, there are a lot of orders that have come in, and a lot more orders will come in through the Sunday night at midnight, because that's when that sale ends. So those of you that placed an order first thing yesterday morning, your orders will ship sooner than maybe someone that places the order now, or someone that places the order maybe Sunday night. So probably take the team about 2 weeks to get all of the orders out. It's kind of a first in, first out. The earliest orders get shipped first, and so forth. So please be patient, bear with us, bear with the team as they are working very diligently to get your orders out next week and week after that. We did a new release yesterday, right? March release. So 10 new products launched yesterday. Those are also part of the sale. So absolutely add that coupon code to your cart because that just makes so much sense. Why wouldn't you? I have linked in the description box of the video also a link to the new products, so you should go check those out. And we'll take a look at one at some point today. It is the brand new Listing with Layle idea book. It is volume 4. We've done 4 idea books, and those idea books are all of our lists that come out of our Saturday listing sessions. So volume 4 is all of our lists from 2025. And you can get 50% off that too. All right, so let me do this. Let me divert my eyes from here. Look over here. I'd like to say hello. I'd like to say hello, whoever we have that's live, that's in the chat, and then we'll go ahead and get going, okay? Because we got a lot. We got a lot we got to do today. Well, but we also need to have a little bit of coffee, so I got to hydrate, right? We got to hydrate. So we'll hydrate first with some coffee, and then a little bit later we'll hydrate with some water, because hydration is important. Okay. Oh, I see her. She's here. You can see Terry and Becky. If you're watching live in the chat, they are highlighted in blue. Becky Moore is someone you really should know, because Becky Moore is my amazingly talented graphic designer. Becky's been with us now, I don't know, maybe about 9 months. I've known Becky, we used to work together at Basic Gray, so we've run in the industry together for a long time. So I probably really kind of met Becky in maybe 2008. We worked together for a year, and then you're in the industry, you're just kind of in the industry. She is an incredibly talented designer, and she's good friends with Amy. And Amy, last year, we needed some help with stamp designing, and we needed some technical graphic design skills when it comes to the metal dies. And Amy said, hey, I think we should talk to Becky. And I said, awesome. So Becky started out with us doing that, doing packaging, and then Becky started to flex her muscle when it came to designing the collection. So Becky has designed the season pass for 2026, winter, spring, summer, all of 26. Becky's now my sole designer because she just is amazing. She gets me like no one else gets me. I can say, hey, I'm thinking of this. Maybe here's a color I like. Maybe here's kind of an idea, and give her a couple days and she's got it. So just so incredibly happy to have Becky be part of the team. Thank you, Becky. You will see our very first collection with Becky in May. And it is a brand new travel collection called Far and Wide. Oh, I did say I'd sneak a little bit of that, didn't I? At some point, I'll have to look in this room and figure out. I'll sneak something to you, okay? For sure. But just so happy to have Becky be part of the team. And while we're talking team, I really need to recognize some people. Amy is my right hand. Amy works with all of our factories and manufacturers and sourcing and ordering and things. She also really keeps the wheels on the bus, which is important because sometimes I feel like we're flying down the freeway at about 80 miles an hour and we're trying to change all 4 tires at the same time, right? So Amy helps to keep all of that together. Becky, as I've talked about, graphic designer. Lily and Denise handle all the order picking, packing, shipping, kitting, and all of that. And then recently, a little bit on and off, we have Sam's girlfriend, who's been helping us out a little bit, as we've just been so busy. So the team continues to grow, but it is an amazing team, and I could not do it without them. Then we have my creative team. So design team, creative team, those are fantastic, incredibly talented designers when it comes to taking product and working with it. So we may see a couple pop in today. I didn't tell them they had to. Some of them may not even know that I'm doing this today, but every once in a while we see a couple of them pop in. Usually where you see their work is on the website, either on the blog or when you're shopping for a product. When you're shopping for a product, you see different examples of how the product has been used. Sometimes my examples, sometimes they are sketches that Becky has designed. Other times they're project from the incredibly talented creative team. And they can work with my product like not even I can. I see some of the things they do and it blows my mind. I'm like, holy cow. So that's a super important part of my team because they help you see how to use things. All right. So yes, a fantastic group, fantastic team. And you know what? when it all started. It was me, just little old me. And then it took a while for us to grow. It took a while, but here we are, 7 years later. And we just moved to a warehouse last week, which is just, that gives me the chills still. It really just gives me the chills because I never in a million years thought I'd be manufacturing my own products, that I would have a team helping me, that I would have a warehouse, just like mind blowing. And then all of you guys as amazing customers, because you're part of the team. I couldn't do it without you, right? I wouldn't be here. I'd be here like not playing and having fun because I would just be working. So you guys are definitely part of that team, and thank you for that. Okay, well, cheers to the coffee, and then we'll see who's here. Oh, Mary C. Plans. Hello, hello, Laura. Amy the Great. Good morning, Joy. Mary. Yeah, we need to tell Reggie to chill out. He's sleeping now, but he was on one last night when I was done. Tabitha, hello, hello. Oh, Tabitha, you had surgery. I didn't know that. I hope everything went well, friend, and that you heal very quickly. But rest, rest, drink lots of liquids. I don't know, that's what they say, right? When you get sick. I mean, you're not sick, but rest and lots of liquids. Let's see. What great, fun way to pass the time, somebody said. Yes, hello, Sarah. Hello, hello, hello. Donna, Carolyn, Mimi, Tracy's Treasures, Carrie Meredith. Thank you, Green. So I have quite a few. I wear quite a bit of navy. To me, navy's the new black. I also wear quite a bit of black, but green, I think green is one of my colors. I also think like a bright pink is one of my colors. In my real life, I struggle with wearing colors. And when I say real life, I mean like outside of teaching and outside of this, like when I'm going outside. When I'm not in the house, when I'm going outside, but I'm really trying to be better at wearing brighter colors, because when they say you do your colors, I've never had my colors done, but I can tell when things just brighten up. So thank you. Let's see, Wanda, Carrie, you'll see it. You'll see quite a bit of it when I see you, because it's part of the green. I have a green jacket. I have a green jean jacket, but it's not jean. I don't know what you call it. Jean jacket. I have this green shirt. I have a green and white and navy polka dot scarf. I am really desperately trying for this trip that I'm going on to do capsule wardrobe and follow the Sudoku packing method. So we'll see. I'm going to be there 12 days, and I really don't want to take a lot because I want to bring home a lot. So that's always a struggle, right? Good morning, Colleen, Amy the Great, Dandy Creates, Mariposa, hello, hello. Lisa, Joe Disney fan, Janine, Brenda, Joyce. So fun to see so many of you again today. A lot of you were with us last night. Elise, Robin, Carolyn. Oh yes, today is Happy Pi Day. Happy PI Day. It is 3.14, which is pi, 3.14, I think, into infinity. But March 14th, a lot of people call it Pi Day. PI. Happy PI Day. You need a Reggie vinyl sticker. Oh, Marion, there are 2 already designed, 2 different versions. So we'll probably see that come out. I'm going to say maybe with the May release. May release, if you want to put it in your calendar, is that first, well, it's going to be the Friday before the first Saturday in May. I don't know when that is. But that is National Scrapbooking Day. And paper crafting, memory keeping, listing, planning, we're all going to throw it into that same bucket that weekend for National Scrapbooking Day. So you'll want to make sure to join us here for that. We'll do an all day that day. Lots of fun and prizes and giveaways and whole new collection and some other fun things. So yes, we'll debut the 2 new Reggie stickers, vinyl stickers that day. Amy designed them, and not Amy, Becky designed them, and they are amazing. All right. Dandy Creates, hello, hello. Linda May, Phyllis, Carrie, I don't want to miss anybody, but I know I'm going to. Patricia, yes, Terry, we had so much fun last night. Mary C. Plans, Georgia, I love that. She said, best Friday night I've had in a while. Me too. Did Reggie let me sleep? He did not. I started nodding off at about 12:30, and about 12:40 he woke me up. And then again at 3:48. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Love you. Thank you. Reggie's not the husband. Reggie's the cat. I'd have a much easier time controlling the husband than I would the cat. Believe me. Let's see. Scrapbook Sister, hello, hello. Phyllis, Maritza, Wild Designs. If you're new, or And or if you have been here a while, but you normally don't pop in the chat, will you do me a favor and just pop in today and say hi? All you have to do is say hi. Now, you will be possibly incentivized to do that with a giveaway. So let's talk about the first giveaway right now. Why don't we, as our first giveaway, do one of the brand new products that released, and that would be this guide, the Layle by Mail. Listening with Layle Idea Book, Volume 4. This is all of our lists for 2025. You guys, totally redesigned. Becky took her graphic design skills and on steroids and completely redesigned the Idea Book this year. It is stunning. So if you haven't already ordered it, remember it's on sale this weekend. You might want to add it to cart. But we'll do this as our first giveaway. So what we're going to do is, and guess what I did now? I didn't make it through all the comments on the chat before I did that. Apologies there, because now what that means is there are going to be so many comments that start to come through. I will have missed your comment from earlier. So do us a favor today. If you have a question, once we get through, try not to ask a question during the live giveaways because you can see that chat is fast and furious. So when we're doing, outside of the live giveaways, if you have a question, if you would put it in the chat in all uppercase, put question and then write your question. That'll make it really easy for Becky and or Terry to see, and then they can help respond. Once I flip the camera and I'm not trying to talk to you this way, it's a lot easier for me to see questions and see comments when I'm working. So if you have a question for me, or if you said something before that you would like me to see again, if you'll wait until we do the giveaway, then, and when I rotate the camera, that'll make it a little bit easier for me to see. Oh my gosh, so fast. I saw somebody say fun fact and then it went away, and it's going so fast. Have fun chatting. And that's, so interaction is really helpful. The YouTube algorithm really likes it when there's a lot of interaction. So when it sees lots of interaction, it thinks, oh, this must be a really fun place to be. And then it recommends us to other people on YouTube. So while we're waiting for the giveaway, if you would also please do a thumbs up for the video, that is also very important. As a content creator, any content creator, algorithm is a long 4-letter word. We really don't like algorithms because as the computer's thinking that you know what you want to see. And we really don't like that, right? We want to be able as consumers to tell people what we want to see. So I try to do things that help the algorithm to see us. And by you giving video a thumbs up, that's super helpful. That's how many of you have found us, because YouTube recommends me. So thank you for doing that. And really anyone that you're watching, seriously, if you're taking a minute of your time to watch them, just take another 1.2 seconds and give it a like or a thumbs up or whatever, because that's super helpful and it doesn't take anything. All right, so we are going to, when is St. Patrick's Day? It's next week, isn't it? Is it the 17th? I think I'll have to wear my green, maybe when I'm in Tokyo. Although I might not quite be there yet. Anyhow. All right, that was squirrel moment. Okay, so let's do the giveaway right now. Idea Book Volume 4, brand new. You can also grab it this weekend for 15% off. I am scrolling. Oh gosh, it's going so fast it won't even let me scroll. It can't keep up. That is quite amusing. I don't even know how many are here. It's going, okay, there we go. I reset it. All right, the winner is Bev Hillis, and it was still going so fast. Bev Hillis, congratulations. Bev, let me make sure. All right, Bev has not won yet. So Bev Hillis, congratulations. You are the random lucky winner of our first of 10 prizes today of that new idea book. So anyone that is winning a prize today, please do me a favor. Shoot me an email at laylebymail.com. This is the most important part. In the subject line, please tell me what you won. That is always a little bit of an issue, because if I don't know what you won, then I have to stop and go find this piece of paper, or sometimes I've had to go back and watch a video to figure out what you won. So if you would help me with that. So Bev will send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, she will write winner idea book. In the body of the email, Bev will give me her mailing address so that the team can get her prize shipped out once all of the orders are shipped out. Now, if Bev has placed an order this weekend, or if Bev will be placing an order this weekend, we can easily add her prize to her order. So In that case, if you win, or if you're Bev, if you have done either of those two things, let us know and we will do that. Otherwise, we're probably looking about 10 weeks, probably looking at about 2 weeks for prizes to go out because it will take about that long for the team to get the orders out. All right, so if you win today, now you know the deal. Now you know the dealio. Now you know the drill. So, Bev Hillis, let's write that down. Congratulations, Bev. Now listen, if you're not Bev, there's no reason to be sad yet. We have 9 more live prizes today. And then we have both after parties. After party from last night and after party from tonight, or today, which will give you 20 more chances to win prizes. So, lots of opportunities. Okay. So let's just mention one more thing. We talked about the sale. We talked about, the sale ends on Sunday at midnight. Sunday, March 15th at midnight. There are a couple of freebies. So Becky designed some amazing freebies for us for this weekend. There is a set of 12 cut files if you use an electronic cutting machine like a Cricut or a Silhouette or a Brother Scan and Cut, something like that. Freebie, you can just go add them to your cart on the website and you will find those under the March release. There's also a freebie of 49 different printables that you can print on your white cardstock, print on whatever you want to print. If you don't print at home, you can take them to a FedEx Kinko's or Office Max or something like that and have them print them for you in kind of a, a little bit heavier weight, not like your regular copy paper. And you can use those for all different kinds of things. There are also 2 different options for gift with purchase. You will also see those in the March release. And I ask you to do either or, not both. Just so there's more to go around for everyone. One is a roll of my black measuring tape washi tape, and then the other one is a really fun, cute little metal die that says love. All right, so lots of information to share, but you'll find a link in the description box of the video to the blog post that kind of goes through it all in one nice, centrally located spot. I try to communicate with you as much as I can. I also sent out an email this morning because, why not? And you'll get that at some point today. Because my email provider likes to throttle my emails because there are a lot of emails going out to you guys, or there's a lot of you receiving emails. All right, very last thing. Actually, 2 more things. Some questions that came up yesterday. Let me back up. Please remember to add the coupon code when you check out. There are a lot of orders, and if everyone came back to me and said, Layle, I'm so sorry, I forgot to add the coupon code, can you help me out? It takes me about 5 minutes behind the scenes every time that happens to go in. I can't add a coupon code once you've already checked out. I either have to refund or do a store credit. I have to look for your order. It's just, it takes some time, and we have so many orders that I can't do it. So if you please remember, add that coupon code before you check out and all will be good. Same thing with the freebies, because there's a couple people yesterday are like, oh shoot, I forgot to add the freebie. Can you add it for me? And I'm like, I want to, and I did because that's the kind of person I am. But everything takes time, and right now there's just too little of it. Okay, 2 questions that came up yesterday very quickly before we dive in. One is, when is the next free class? The next free class will be the April Traveler's Notebook Setup. That is happening, I think it's the very last day of March. It's that Tuesday, so whatever the last-ish day of March, the last Tuesday of March is. We have to push it all the way to the end because I'll be in Tokyo. I need to have 1 day home before I do that class, because trust me, you don't want to have me do that class with jet lag. So that is, I'm watching for an email. There's be an email that'll go out on Monday that'll have this information, and then the other question was, when is the listing schedule coming out for the next quarter, for April through June? That will also be in that email on Monday, so watch for that. If you don't get my emails yet, go to laylebymail.com. Once you're there for about 10 seconds, a little pop-up is going to come up, ask you to enter your email. Even if you've already done that, I apologize. There's no way to turn off that pop-up. I can't turn that off on my end. It is not a smart pop-up. Pop-up. It doesn't know if you've already subscribed, so it just comes up for everybody. So just, click the little X if you already had. Make sure you get the emails. That way you don't miss out on anything. But I will tell you, this is the only time that we are listing this month of March. Our son got married in Seattle on March 1st, so we were up there for a week, so we missed that Saturday. and we moved to a warehouse last weekend, and there was no way I could have said, hey, Nick, guess what? You guys go have fun. I'm going to do my listing. I wouldn't do that, and I really needed to be there. So we had last night, we have today, and then I'll be in Tokyo. So we will start up with our regularly-ish scheduled listing program again in April. All right, so I think we are ready. I think I kind of have everything I wanted to say out of the way. All right. Okay. Let's see. I love it. I just saw Linda Bergman's comment. She said, "Hi, so glad to be here. I've been joining these after they've been recorded, but I'm happy to participate in the live, and I'm happy to have you here too." As far as I know, I'm talking to no one. I'm talking to a camera. I've done a number of things on television, and people say, "Oh my gosh, how do you do that? Don't you get so nervous and freak out?" And I don't, because I'm talking to the guy that's holding the camera. Here, there's nobody holding the camera, but so I'm pretty much just talking to myself. But I know there are people that are out there live, and I love it when you're live, because then I feel like we're all together and having one big party, right? Okay, so with that said, let's turn off the overhead light. Let's do what we have to do with the lights. Now that we have moved to a warehouse, I have all of the equipment. I've had all the equipment since November to set up a new filming studio downstairs that will be permanent, meaning I don't have to do the things like rotating the camera, move the lights in and out. It will be permanent, and it will be much more professional. I'll have multiple cameras. You'll be able to see me before and after I rotate, and lots of things like that. Oh gosh, I didn't want to do that yet. Let me rotate, because you're going to see there all of my wrinkles and crevices and all of that in my face with those really bright lights. The really bright lights are nice and helpful when I rotate the camera, not nice and so helpful when they're on my face, right? All right, another sip of coffee before we dive in. We've got a lot to cover today, friends. A lot. Oh, thank you. Yes, plug in. So important, Colleen. I know, Colleen, I'm going to be so sad let's be honest. I'm not going to be sad when I have the new filming studio downstairs, but I will be sad because you won't be able to remind me to plug in every time. That's it's not Colleen's job, but she's taken it upon herself to always remind me to plug in. Let's see, Diane, question. Vicki Bouton's rub-on transfers are opaque, no color showing, yet it doesn't say out of order or out of stock. So Diane, it may depend on what you're looking at. If they are irresistibles, they have no color to them. Irresistibles are meant for you to apply ink to them. The rub-on actually repels the ink. So you don't see the ink on the rub-on, but you see the ink around the area from the rub-on. So that is probably what you are looking at. Go back and look to see if it says irresistibles. If it does, that's why it's no color. They're still in stock, but that's why it's no color. Very, very good question. Yes, looks the same as last night. I know, doesn't it? Denise asked, what are we going to do with the basement? So one of the rooms will be my filming studio. Another room will kind of be our weight room, workout equipment will go in there. And then there's a really big great room. The great room will have it'll kind of become like a second living room. Big couches and TV and places for people to hang out and, things like that. It does. Okay, Diane, good. So irresistible. So that's why that was like that. All right. And I haven't had a chance to use the irresistibles yet. So one of these days, maybe next time we're together, that first weekend in April, maybe I'll do something with the irresistibles because we'll learn together. Are the other Vicki 49 Market rub-ons coming back at some point? Mimi, anything that is related to her new Artful Moments collection? The answer is no. Vicki's Artful Moments collection, that is her brand new collection with 49 and Market. Anything on my website that you see is sold out from Artful Moments is sold out. Even 49 and Market has sold out. So I will use some of that product today in one of our lists, but let me just tell you, if you've been eyeing the Artful Moments collection, any of the products, do not wait. They sold out. They actually sold out to retailers even before they hit stores. It's been such a popular collection. So don't snooze on that. Do not snooze on that. Thank you, Terry. Terry, there were lots of questions last night about All of these little organizational things that I use on my desk when I'm doing a listing session like this. So Terry just popped that into live chat. Thank you so much, Terry. There's a blog post about that. I also included a description in the I included a link to the description box in the video this morning also. So super easy to find. Alrighty. So Kelly said, I love your setup. I hope you can move the cabinets. Yeah, no. The cabinets are thick. I mean, I designed the room and everything is fixed. So we'll still have something fun downstairs, but yeah, it will be totally different. And really, it'll probably it's going to be a little bit more IKEA-ish just because I am not going to invest the amount of money in that room that I did up here. That was quite an investment, but it's part of my business. So I actually did already buy something, a big Black & Decker tool chest that is white with like a maple top that is going to be my work surface, and it's going to have all the drawers. I think it's going to be pretty awesome. It's going to arrive while I'm gone. Let's see. Colleen said, Layle, is there a chance of an add-on stamp set for the out the window with the new year dates and the grid? So Colleen, there are two things with out the window. There is now an out the window version 2. Out the window version 2 has years 2025 through 2029. And so that went live with the March release. There is also an add-on that is just the add-on years. That's like 2025 through 2032 or something like that. So either one works for that. And if you were asking something else, shoot me an email and then we can kind of chat about that further. Will Reggie get a new bucket to sleep in when you build your recording room? Absolutely. Absolutely. When I say bucket, he's in an IKEA bin and he completely like spills out of it, but he likes it. Let's see. Yes, hopefully Nick will put that Black & Decker desk. Absolutely. Yes, he will. Thank you, Becky. Becky just added the add-on window years link in the chat. What alphabet set is the house project? And that is a great transition. Lori, let's move. Let's start talking. So we did 3 lists last night. We did lots of things last night. We did some walking down memory lane. We took a look at the new release. But let's start with the last list that we did. I've got an errant A. The last list that we did was a list that I called House Projects. Oh my gosh, this one was so fun. And I didn't have a plan. I had really no plan other than the products I wanted to use, the collections I wanted to use. I shouldn't even say products. Collections that I wanted to use in the list yesterday. This list is about different projects that I have on my list for around the house. And some people were like, holy cow, who's going to do all those? And I'm like, whoa. I never saw these are going to get done. These are just house projects I'd like to do, right? So some things that you do every year, change the carbon monoxide batteries, carbon monoxide detector and smoke detector batteries, rotating the mattress, changing the filters. But some other things like setting up the filming studio in the basement, creating a weight room, so doing some of the things that I talked about. The paper and the stickers and the die cuts I used here are from Kelly Bang's Color Me Happy, is that what it's called? I think. Color Me Happy collection. Let me just double check. Yes, Color Me Happy. Color Me Happy is on the website at laylebymail.com. What a lot of fun. If you like this look, if you like the look of this list, you might want to go back and watch it because I talk a little bit about some tips when you have maybe stickers that you want to use, but you don't have enough. They're not long enough for what you want to use them for. So we ended up splitting that and cutting them and putting some things to bridge the gap. The Alpha stamp set. Yeah, the Alpha stamp set that we used on that is Murphy. Murphy is my mom's dog. If you didn't know, all of my Alpha stamp sets, with the exception of the very first one, are named after pets in our family. They may be past, they may be current. And yes, Reggie has like 4. Reggie has 4 different stamp sets after him, but we had a lot of fun with that. And this is one of those lists that really, it's a time capsule. A lot of the lists that we do are time capsules. And when I say time capsule, what I mean about that is this is a snapshot of a very specific point and time, right? These are things pertaining to March 13th, 2026. If I had done a list like this when I was in college, maybe my room at the sorority house, It would be very different. Things I wanted to do in my room at the sorority house would be very different. Or maybe when Nick and I got married and moved into our first house together. Or maybe when, projects that we had when we first bought this home, there were a lot. So lists like this and a lot of lists that we do, I think why they can be so fun is they're time capsules. They're very much like a snapshot of a point in time. And then it's fun to kind of go back and look. When you take that a little bit further and you think, well, why am I doing this? Why? I mean, when I say I mean we. Why do I do this? Why do we do this? Number one, for me, it's fun, right? It's fun. I like to be creative. It gives me an opportunity to play and create, and I feel like I need a little bit of that every day. So that's number one. Number two, I'm telling a story, right? I'm telling a story about myself that I probably really never maybe told this story, or maybe I've never written a list about the things that I wanted to be when I grew up, because we've done that list. But the other thing that it does, it can be something that future generations or people in the future can learn to get to know us a little better. Like I always say, I wish I had a list, maybe something like this that my mom made when we were living in Texas in 1970. I was in second, third, fourth grade, whenever that was. In the 70s. How about that? Or how cool would it be if my grandmother had made a list like this? House projects when they lived in Anaheim way back when, off of Brookhurst, a couple miles from Disneyland. It would just be really cool to see things like that. If you are new to creative listing with us, there's a couple things I want to mention. Number one, there's only two things that you need to do what we do here. One is something to write with, and one is something to write on. That is it. Don't get caught up in the paper and the stickers and the stamps. It's all fun, right? That is all fun. That's all icing on the cake. I never would want you to not participate or not do creative listing because you didn't have product. Something to write with, something to write on, that is all you need. And if you want to start adding things, then you can start building there. Yes, Elise, yes. Both of my parents, born and raised in Southern California. I spent a lot of time in Anaheim growing up. So Southern California feels like home away from my home. My sister was born in Escondido. My dad was in the Navy. So my parents met at Cal Poly Pomona in college. And my sister was born because my dad was he was back in San Diego flying out of Miramar. Yeah, so just kind of a little interesting thing there. Your Anaheim Hills, which is bougie Anaheim. Anaheim has changed a lot, at least where my grandparents lived, has changed a lot from when they lived there. All right, we need a little bit more coffee. So I feel like a little bit I could be like the Beach Boys song. I wish they all could be California girls. So born in Texas, because my dad was stationed there, grew up part of in California, and then grew up all different parts of the country and the world because we lived in Japan for 3 years. Okay, so what I need to do, I had created this list off the page. I just realized, I think I missed a question that Marilee had. Marilee. The new typewriter stamp and pocket die is new, but the die does not work with the original vintage typewriter. Oh yes, thank you. That's Becky answering the question. Yes, brand new typewriter, brand new die. The dies go with each typewriter, right? So if you purchase the original typewriter stamp and that die go together, the new typewriter stamp and the new die to go together, they're not interchangeable. I just felt like we needed a new typewriter. We needed something a little bit new and fresh because it'd been a while. All right. Do I have everybody? Sarah, this is important, I think, for me to read. Sarah said, when I started listing with Layle during the pandemic, I had colored pens, highlighters, and whatever I printed off my computer. You can do a lot with colored pens, colored pencils, absolutely, right? So don't ever let not having products stop you from doing what we do. Okay, that's really important to me. Okay, so that was one of our lists. Another one of our lists that we did, this was the first one we did. Things I'm looking forward to this spring. If you are just getting started creative listing and you're like, Layle, I don't know where to start, because believe me, I get asked that question a lot. This is a great type of list to start with. Things you're looking forward to. We do this list 6 times a year. Things I'm looking forward to this year, this winter, spring, summer, fall, and Christmas. But you could do things I'm looking forward to this week, things I'm looking forward to this month. This could be a fun thing. If you have littles in your life, like kids or grandkids, I know a number of you, Marilee and Elise, are teachers. This would be a great thing to do maybe with students. Maybe sit down at the start of a school year and say to them, hey, let's make a list of things we're looking forward to this school year. When we put pen and paper in a child's hands, and when I say child, I mean young adult, I mean, 30 something, whatever it is, something really cool happens. Number one, that is a dying art. People don't write anymore. So the act of actually writing something down is first and foremost. But the other one, this type of list really puts kind of a positive outlook in people's heads. And if you can get people, especially younger people, in the habit of doing something like this, looking for the positive, this will be a key, this will be very much a key kind of theme that you hear throughout today's listing session from a couple of different angles. But if we can get the younger generation doing something like this, thinking about it or writing it, what they're looking forward to, it's amazing what that can do for a person's positivity or outlook, right? Some of you will say to me, and that's okay, I totally get it, you have nothing to look forward to. And if we were together in person, we were all in a room, I pulled you off to the side and said, you know what, let's go grab a cup of coffee or a glass of wine or something. And we'd start talking, I'd say, tell me about you. And you'd say, well, I'm retired, maybe I'm married, or maybe I'm single, maybe I'm divorced, maybe my spouse has passed away, maybe my partner's passed away. I don't spend a lot of time with friends or family. I don't have any pets, so I don't have nothing to look forward to. And I'd say, okay, so tell me what you like to do. Oh, I love to garden. I'd say, well, guess what? It's March. You know what that means? Gardening season is coming up. So are you looking forward to that? And you'd say, well, yeah, of course I am. I do it every year. I'd say, there's the first thing on your list. I'd say, do you like to read? Oh my gosh, I love to read. Really? Who's one of your favorite authors? Oh, I love Colleen Hoover. I'd say, oh, guess what? I read that Colleen Hoover is coming out with a new book this spring. I don't know that, but you'd say, yeah, I'm so excited. I'd say, guess what? There's item number 2 on your list. And then I'd say, so do you like flowers? And you'd say, I love flowers. And I'd say, well, guess what? You can go to Trader Joe's in the spring and get tulips for really inexpensive. And you'd say, yay. And I'd say, there's another thing to look forward to, right? So sometimes we have to dig a little bit deeper when it comes to things to look forward to. But I promise you, we can always find something to look forward to. So great list if you want to get started creative listing. Great list if you want to maybe bring others into the fold, or maybe even not even know they're creative listing, but a good conversation starter or a good way to get kids, younger generations writing. All right. Okay. So that was our second list. On this list, I used products from the brand new spring summer season pass. And with this, I used products from kind of the April part of the kit. Really fun little die cut icons, beautiful papers, and I used all the things stamp set for my title. All right, our third list. Our third list is, I think, Denise, is that what you're asking? Denise, that is spring summer season pass. That one was Color Me Happy, so I'm not sure what you're asking. Okay, next up. This is another great list to start with. This is a list that we started doing in August of 2020. I have to pull this out again if I can find it. Because last night I showed this. The very first version of this list that we did in August of 2020. Oh, that's what it looked like. I had just a list of things, and back then I called it About Last Month. A list of things that I had done that month. That type of list we always do at the start of a new month. And this was the first time we were together in March. So we did About Last Month, February. My intent when I did that list on my live was, oh, I'm going to put photos here. Wouldn't it be cool to put photos here? So I put a little sticky on here. This was before that list happened. I put a little sticky on there and said, add photos. Well, you know what happens with stickies. The stickies fell off. Next week, we're ready to start listing again. And I wrote this list there. And then I went, oh crap, I was going to put photos there. So after August 2020, every single About Last Month list that we have done since then, and I have done one every month without fail since August of 2020. Every list that I've done About Last Month beyond that has always included photos, because that's what I like to do. I like to add photos because they, for me, tell part of the story. They don't necessarily have to tell part of your story, but they tell part of my story. So I like to add photos. But if you look at this list, and if you look at this list, even if you pretend like that little thing is not in the center, basically this list has stayed the same since 2020. I have a title here, I do my list, and over here I do pictures. Now, sometimes I add pockets here, sometimes I do photo strips, sometimes I do waterfalling photos, I do a lot of different things. Sometimes I do a tip in like this, but more or less, it's the same formula every month. And what makes that project so doable is because I use the same formula every month, I don't have to think about it. I'm not really having to think about design. So it's quick, it's easy, it's approachable, and I like to say it's guilt-free. It's guilt-free because if it only takes you about an hour to do, that's something you can stay caught up with, right? I know you. I know you make an hour to watch on the latest episode of the show, The Pit. And if you have an hour to watch The Pit, you have an hour to devote to About Last Month. All right, so for this guy, I used products from the winter spring season pass. I used some of the 3x4 cards, some of the die cuts. This I actually pulled out of my Traveler's Notebook setup. So once February was done, I pulled all those out and then reused them in my spread here. I used the 2026 About Last Month stamp set for my title, and then photos. I had the backside of my little kind of interactive element here. A pretty big thing happened in February leading up to our older son getting married. Now, they got married on March 1st. So I have not included the actual wedding in About Last Month for February, but a lot of the activities. So I'll do just a little bit of writing here, kind of talking about the wedding and our time in Seattle. Well, the lead up to the wedding. And then About Last Month, March, I'll really focus on the wedding. All right, so those are the 3 lists that we did. And guess what time it is? It is time for, I love it. Some of you are in the chat. Hi, Mindy. Nice to see you. Mindy was there, I remember. Denise was there. A lot of you were saying, oh my gosh, I remember that first list. That is the one thing in my life I can say that I have been consistent with, honestly, for the longest. What we're going on almost 6 years now, doing that consistently, consecutively every month for almost the last 6 years. But it's time for another prize. And the prize is stamp set. And it's a stamp set that we used last night. Now, it is not the used stamp set. It is a new one. But now that the warehouse is moved, I'm like, oh, I can't just go downstairs and grab a new one to show you. But just know, yours is new, if you win. This is the very well used and loved 2026 About Last Month stamp set. So that is the stamp set I used last night to create that grid. And if you kind of want to see a little bit more about that, you can just go to the video last night, fast forward to when I start working on that list, and you'll see a little bit more about that. But 6x8 stamp set, and I will be using this stamp set all year long. Every month in 2026, when I do my About Last Month list on one of our Saturday listing sessions, I will be using that stamp set. Last thing about that before I draw the winner. If you purchased the 2026 Year in Review project kit, that is included in that project kit. So I don't want you to accidentally buy it again. If you're looking at that going, oh, I need that. Just remember, if you have the Year in Review project kit, that it is in that. That is also one of the products, pretty much everything. There's a couple of Layle by Mail products I mentioned at the beginning that are not on sale, but that is on sale. So if you've been eyeing that, 15% off, now's a good time to pick that up with the coupon code. All right, so let's go ahead and scroll up and we'll see who wins that. It is going to, I think, Joanne. Oh, wait, so hold on. No, it can still be Joanne, but it said Heinbook 70, which I think is Joanne. Joanne Heinbook, is that right? She said, I like this set, have used it already. So, Joanne, you are still the winner. Joanne, if you meant this set, if you already have this stamp set, no worries. You don't have to get it again, unless you want it again for some reason. Email me, laylebymail@gmail.com, and I will add I think the 6x8 stamp sets are $26.50. So I will add a $26.50 store credit to your account on the website, and then you can buy whatever you'd like if you already have that stamp set. And that would go the same for any of you. If you win a prize that you already have, just let me know. So Joanne, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner, and then we can chat in the body of the email if you already have that, and we'll go from there. Okay, all righty. Congratulations, Joanne. And remember, guess what? If you did not win a prize, if you're not Joanne, don't be sad yet. There's still 8 more prizes, and they're after party prizes from last night and also after we're done with today's session. Okay. Capiche. Alrighty, so the last thing I need to do, I worked on this project off the page, so let me just go ahead and adhere that into my Traveler's Notebook insert, and then we will be ready for our first list. Our first list, I'll just start talking about it a little bit. And just know, well, I won't tell you yet. There'll be another giveaway related to this, but it'll be in a little while, so don't get too excited yet. Don't start chatting too much yet. Your hands will get tired. All right, so this guy is my left page. Actually, I think I might want these to be really close in the center because my little house in the center is, I'd like for those to line up. This is such a fun collection. So someone asked last night, I think there were a few of the products in this collection that are sold out on my website. I will reorder them this weekend, so they'll be coming in next week. So if you're like, oh, I'd like these, just wait. If you want to place an order and tell us to hold your order, then we can add those when they come in. Okay, so our first list. Let's hydrate. Terry's so good about reminding me to hydrate. Let's switch to water because I moved the coffee over across the room because I didn't want to spill it. Hydrate time. All right. Grace said, on the listing, you have a photo of yourself with your hair parted on your left. When did you change parting your hair from one side to the other? Grace, I have not. I didn't. My hair has always been parted on the same side. And I don't know, what is it? My right side? I don't know what side it is. But what it is, this is a mirror selfie. Let's see. Hang on. Because I've got, let's see. There's one there. There's one there. This is a mirror selfie. So you're getting a reflection. You're getting the opposite. And this is, I think, this is what it normally looks like. This, someone else was taking the photo. I don't know, but it's always the same. It just depends how it is, how it's done, I guess, right? Peggy, thank you. I did plug in. All right, so our first list for today. This is a list that we started doing in December of 2024. And it is a list about glimmers. If you are new to Layle, or if you haven't been with Layle for a while, let's talk about glimmers. Glimmers, I was first introduced to glimmers in December of 2024 with my very best friend, Sherry Beck. We were sorority sisters in college. We've been friends for 40 years. We were together on a trip with our husbands. And Sherry and I were talking one day and she said, hey, have you heard the concept of a glimmer? Now, she doesn't do anything like this. And she's not crafty at all. Doesn't do anything like this. But she said, have you heard about glimmers? And I'm like, glimmers? What are glimmers? And she explained glimmers to me. And I thought, I love this concept. And so I've done a lot of research on glimmers right after that. And every time we talk about glimmers, I share this. Today, I learned about a term called a glimmer, which is the opposite of a trigger. Glimmers are those moments in your day that make you feel joy, happiness, peace, or gratitude. Once you train your brain to be on the lookout for glimmers, these tiny moments will appear more and more. A glimmer. Now, what's interesting about glimmers, what may be a glimmer to me may not be a glimmer to you. What may be a glimmer to you may not be a glimmer to me. And glimmers can kind of happen in a couple of different ways. You may be on the receiving end of a glimmer. You might see a rainbow. Someone might tell you that they love your blouse. You might have a nice conversation with a friend. So you can be on the receiving end of a glimmer, but you can also give a glimmer. And I find when I give a glimmer, I get a glimmer myself. So for example, I might see somebody walking through the airport and I just love their scarf. And I'll be like, that is such a beautiful scarf. That looks great on you. And you know what happens? The person stops and they look shocked. They're like, wait, what? And they kind of turn around and they're like, are you talking to me? And I'm like, yes, you look beautiful. And when you see someone's face radiate, because we don't a lot of times hear that. We may think that. A lot of times what we think we don't voice to other people. So I get just as much of a glimmer of doing something like that for someone else as if I'm experiencing a glimmer another way. So I want to encourage you to kind of think about that because you never know when someone needs to hear something like that. And if you've ever been on the receiving end of something like that, when a stranger says something like that to you, you're like, wait, what? Me? And it brightens your whole day. Recently, I saw this and I did a screenshot of this. My printer at home ran out of ink this morning. And the ink for the printer had just happened to get moved to the warehouse. So this is going to look a little odd, but we're not really going to worry about what it looks like. We're going to worry about what it says. I recently heard someone say, the amount of good things in your life depends on your ability to notice them. I can't see it any other way now. That's basically glimmers, right? The amount of good things in your life depends on you noticing the good things in your life and looking for the good things in your life and paying attention to your good things, to the good things in your life. That's a glimmer, right? So, if you are going to Little Craft Fest, one of my workshops at Little Craft Fest in April in Conroe, Texas, is about glimmers. We'll be doing a lot of talking about glimmers, and we have a fun project kit that we'll be working with. So that list is about glimmers. I, for a long time, would just keep a running list on my phone about glimmers. And something pretty special happened in December. I'm probably going to get a little teary here. Christmas Day. Jack and his now wife, Kat, live in Tacoma, Washington. And they usually come see us for Thanksgiving. So they are not with us for Christmas. They're they're at home for Christmas. And we talked to Jack on the phone. Jack's our older son. We talked to Jack on the phone later that day. And since then, I have asked him if it would be okay if I shared this, because I would never want to share anything like this with someone without asking him, because this is his kind of experience, not mine. But he was really struggling. He was really having a hard time. He's very much an empath when it comes to the world and what's happening in the world. And he gets very discouraged about the things that are happening in the world. And we don't need to talk about what those things are. But he was really, really down. And he said, I've just really been having a hard time getting out of bed. And I'm like, Jack, it's Christmas and you're getting married. And he's like, I know, but I can't help it. So Nick and I are sitting on the couch Christmas afternoon, and Jack's on speakerphone, and Nick pulls this out of his pocket. Nick said, hey, Jack, you know what? He said, your mom does this thing on her Saturday listing sessions about glimmers. And I turned to Nick, and I'm like flabbergasted. I'm like, where did this even come from? And he goes, Jack, it's really kind of a cool thing. And I think this glimmer thing might be something that would help you. And so we started talking about it, and Jack's very much anything like that. Nah, whatever. That's just, whatever. Stupid, doesn't make any sense, not going to do it, whatever. And we started kind of talking about a few glimmers and giving him examples. And I said, you know what I'm going to do, Jack? I'm going to create a text group for us, me, you, and Dad. I am going to do my best every day to send one of my glimmers to you in the text chat. And Nick said, I'll do it too. Interestingly enough, it took a couple days, but Jack started doing it too. And so that was December. So we're like, what, December to January, February to March. We're 3 months in, and we still have that glimmers text chat. And it is amazing. It's been such a great way for me to really concentrate on my glimmers, because it's important that I'm helping support our son. And Nick does the same. And now Jack does. Now Kat, his wife, is part of that glimmers text group. That whole experience was pretty magical for me, because it was Nick, my husband, really noticing what I do without ever saying anything, and then taking that and sharing that with Jack. And that has really made a big difference. So a couple of weeks ago, I said to Jack, I'm like, so Jack, we've been doing these glimmers. And I said, what do you think? And he said, Mom, I got to be honest with you. When Dad first told me about it, we were talking about it, he's like, yeah, whatever. When we were young, our parents would give us advice, and we'd be like, yeah, whatever. But he's like, you know what? I really think there's something to it. And he said, every once in a while, I'll say something to one of my friends. I'll be like, oh, there's a glimmer. And they'll be like, wait a minute, what is that? And he'll kind of share it with his friends. So it's interesting how a concept like this can really take hold. It's kind of like the butterfly effect. You never know, if you give someone a glimmer, or if you talk about a glimmer, how far that can kind of reach in the world. So that's my little soapbox about glimmers. They are very important to me, because I think we can always use something positive. The most important thing, though, about that is what I read. The more you look for them, the more you see them, the more you notice them, the more that you will experience them in your life. And I don't know about you, but I've never said, oh, no, I'm good. No, thanks. I don't need any more joy in my life. All right, so for my glimmers list, I am going to be using a couple of different products today. I am using some products from Vicky Bouton's new Artful Moments collection. Other than ordering it, I have not even looked at it. I've got a big stack here. Boom. And I'll be looking through it and figuring out what I want to use there. I will be using the new Glimmers rub-ons that just released yesterday. So we have Glimmers rub-ons. We have 2 different Glimmers stamps available, and now a Glimmers rub-on set. So today I'm going to use the Glimmers rub-on set. And often when I'm doing a glimmer, I like to use a photo. And today I am using a photo that puts a smile on my face, but oh my gosh, it makes me cry. This is one of those, if you're emotional for any reason at all and you like watch a Hallmark movie or you see a commercial on TV and the tears start, it's because they need to come out. When I first saw this story, it made me bawl like a baby. And it's this. Now, my printer ran out of ink this morning. So this photo has a big old splotch on it. And we're just going to run with it because I couldn't reprint it. You guys, do you know who that is? If you don't know this story, it is the saddest, then turns into the most heartwarming story. This to me, every time I see this little guy, it is such a glimmer for me. This little monkey is named Punch. He lives at a zoo in Japan. His mother, when he was born, his mother didn't want a thing to do with him, had nothing to do with him. So here's this poor little baby monkey at a zoo who had his mom abandon him. Like, just, I don't want you, Punch, I don't want you. And so the poor baby Punch, so the zookeepers gave him this little orangutan stuffed animal from IKEA. And there are photos all over the internet. Pretty much every news outlet has done a story about Punch. Because this became Punch's, like, I mean, they're like little baby humans. You just feel so bad for this little Punch. And he had the zookeepers, but he didn't have someone from his own species. This was the closest he had, a little stuffed animal. And he would drag it around the zoo. Well, then what happened after mom abandoned him, the other monkeys at the zoo they bullied him. And it was so sad. But there's a good part of this story. You guys are like, why are you sharing? Why is this a glimmer? Why are you sharing this horrible story? Because now there are some monkeys at the zoo that have embraced literally and figuratively little Punch, and now he's part of them. Some of them still bully him, but other monkeys are now sticking up for him. And it's just been a wonderful, lovely, heartfelt story in the middle of all the horrible things happening in our world right now. This to me is such a glimmer. And I will forever, ever now see an orangutan or a little baby monkey, and I will always be a glimmer to me because I'll remember this story. So what I decided to do, I printed out a large photo. This is just something a screenshot I took on the internet. I took a screenshot of this on the internet, and then I sized it to fit my traveler's notebook, and then I printed it out. And guess what? It's going to happen right now. We're having a visitor. Reggie is going to decide to grace us with his presence. Buddy, I know I'm talking about another animal, and you probably feel like that you are, you could probably just, you're going to see a little side of him come out. So I have a question, you guys, and Becky, I've thought about this a lot in the last couple of days. Becky is an incredibly talented graphic designer. Becky, would you want to take a shot at designing for us that we could make into a sticker of a little Punch with his little friend? I know you could it would just be amazingly beautiful. So if you feel like you'd like to do that, have fun and send it to me and we'll create a sticker, a vinyl sticker. Oh, did we say that? We're getting a Punch sticker? Are we getting a Punch sticker? Yay, Becky! I know it'll be amazing. Okay, so Reggie, guess what, buddy? You can see a little bit of a tail here. Come on, bud. I need you to leave, please. Can we just go back to our bucket? I will have to lock you out. I wish he understood English. I will let him talk back to me because I know what's going to happen. He's now done being in his bucket, and he is going to want to participate, and that just doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. All right, so I'm going to just roll with the little ink on here. It's fine. You know what? It's fine, since I couldn't reprint it this morning. I'm like, oh, there's another thing that ended up at the warehouse. I'll probably be saying that for the next 12 years. Oh, there's another thing that's at the warehouse. All right, so what I need to do, I sized this in Photoshop. So I made it the size that I wanted. So I'm going to trim this down. So oftentimes when I'm doing a glimmers list, oftentimes I'll use a large photo because it just kind of has a lot of impact. If you have Photoshop or photo editing software, then you know how to do something like this and resize a photo. If you do not, persnicketyprints.com does traveler's notebook size photos. And they are an amazing, they have amazing quality. It was originally started by a woman named Shari Pack. She sold the business a couple years ago. She still has a business called Persnickety Box, but Persnickety Prints, from what I understand, is owned by someone else now. But it is a local Utah company that prints photos, but they do it with halide printing, dark room. I'm sure I'm butchering that, but a halide printing. And so the archival quality, the quality of the photos that they print is just amazing. But I do mine now. Last thing I'll say about Persnickety Prints with that, there are two different size traveler's notebook photos. I worked with them. I worked with Shari a number of years ago on having that size available on their website for printing photos. So there's two different sizes because there are two different size kind of standard notebooks. So when you are looking, if you're doing that, just make sure to look at the size. There is a standard wide, which is 5 by 8.25, which is the size I use. Then there is also a standard. Standard is narrower. It's 4.33 by 8.25. So just check your sizes before you do anything. So this little guy is going to go right over here. Let's just go ahead and take and it's a little bit short. I think I cut a little bit to my top. Oh, and there's a little bit of Reggie hair in there. Reggie is going to be part of our list today on the back side. Let's see. I am going to rotate. So I'm turning this upside down, rotate. I'm right-handed. It makes it a lot easier for me to do that. So don't worry that I'm putting it in upside down. All right, so there's our cute little punch. Right, cute little punch. That is definitely a glimmer for me. So now what we need to do on this side, let's see if we think first off, if we want to add a pattern paper. I will tell you, this sold out. I don't have it anymore. 49 and Market doesn't have it anymore. So that paper's pack, or that Staples pack, gone. This one is also gone now. This is the 6x8 paper craft essentials. So 6x8 pattern papers and then some die cuts that went with it. I no longer have it. 49 and Market is sold out. So I won't use that either. What I think I'm going to use is this guy, because this is the starters paper pack. There's also the 12x12 paper pattern. So I can use one of these and then just cut it down and cut it down to size and go from there. So as I look at this, let's see what we think we might want to. Now, hard thing is there's just a lot of orange in there, but we need to have the orange because that's Punch, right? That's Punch's friend. We need that. Do I want something from here? This paper I love. That is so much fun. Let's look at that because we might be able to get a little bit. Mimi, here's the thing. Mimi asked a great question. She said, why don't they make enough for all of us? So this is what happens. And I've been in the industry for a really long time. I've worked for 3 different manufacturers over the years, and then now also my own company. It is very difficult to predict and project demand. You think something's going to sell incredibly well, so you order heavy, and then you end up sitting on inventory, which costs you money because you've already invested the money in the inventory, and then you haven't sold the inventory, and then you don't have the cash to then invest in more inventory. So you order too heavy, you have a lot. You order not enough, and then people are not happy because they didn't have a chance to get it. It is just, and it's so hard to know. This one from Vicki flew out the door. I mean, it went, and look at, there she is. Hello, Vicki Booten. Vicky also is sharing, and I wouldn't share this because I know this, but it's not mine to share. But Vicky just shared that with us. Vicky said 49 a market went light on the ordering on this one for whatever reason. And you know, and they're in their own business. There's always a reason for something, but you know, not our business why, and I don't know why, but they did order light on that. Vicky just shared that with us. So they ordered light. And so that means not enough to go around for everyone. But isn't it stunning? It is a beautiful collection. Even Reggie thinks so. Reggie really needed to want to tell you that, Vicky. So, and you know what? I might just cheat here because I would really like to use part of this. I'll make it work. This would be fun because we can kind of get a little bit of orange in here that way, right? We'll still make that 12 by 12 work. If I have a 6 by 8 to work with, and I do, but I know not everyone does, you can still get this starter's paper pack. So I'll work with this guy. Let's find my trimmer. I know, Mimi said, I guess I get it, but 49 Market needs to know Vicky's stuff is popular. And again, you know what? It's, as a business person, it's so difficult. And you know, you never know what a business is going through, or you never know what a business has had to invest in other products. And it's just, here's the thing I will tell you, there's always a reason. There is always a reason why really anyone does what they do, right? But as a business owner, there's always a reason why I do what I do. You may never know. I might tell you, I might not. But there's always a reason. I know, we just love it, right? So we're going to love it and use it. And this makes me so happy. So, I need to cut a piece from this that is 4 3/4 by 8. So I'd like to have a little bit of a white border around. So let's look. I know first off, I would like to get rid of this. I don't need that little, if I was using a 12 by 12, I'd jump right in. Or if I was making like a 12 by 12 scrapbook or page or something like that, I'd jump right in. There, really cool photo there, lots of embellishments around here, maybe a stamped title there or something. Dude, you're killing me. Reggie, come on. 4 3/4. So let's see. 4 3/4. I think I'm gonna have to lock him out. Did you see he kind of headbutted me? Dude, come on. I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry, friends. I'll be right back. But I need to get him some treats, so I'm going to grab my little sign. Where's my little sign from last night? Here we go. I will be right back. Let me grab him some treats and lock him out, and then he will bother us no more. Come on, Mitch. Come on. Come on, buddy. Come on. Let's go get some treats. Come on. Oh, that's what we want. Give me treats, Mama. Give me treats, Mama. Yeah, let's give me treats. All right, one more sec. One more second, I'll be there. I'll be there in just a minute. Okay, one more here. Come here. Come here. Come on, Rich. Dude. Okay, here we go. Ready for another one? Here we go. Come here. Rich, right here. Okay, this is funny. I just gave him a bunch of treats, but I had to make him work for 2, because usually when I play with him with the treats, I stand at one end of our house and I throw it all the way to the other end of the house. And then he has to run get them, because that's about the only exercise he gets. So there we go. And now I have put a big heavy box on the other side of the door. So he won't bug you any longer. He will bug me, because I will see him through the glass and he'll be, you know, pawing at the door. But unfortunately, I tried, dude. I tried to give you time in here. All you had to do was lay in your box and go to sleep and not walk all over my work surface, but didn't work so well, did it? All right, so this is going to be 8 inches tall. And so what I would like to do now is try to get it. Let's see, if we did, might as well just do top and bottom. That'll be easy. So this is now, oh, maths. All right, we have 11.5, and I need to get it to be 8. So if I cut 1.5, 11.5, all right, I'm going to cut 1.5 off the top and 1.5 off the bottom, and then I think I need to do a little bit more after that one. Maths are not going to work for me right now. Oh yeah, and then 1 more quarter, right? 1 more quarter. ish. And then another quarter. All right, so all of that to get that really pretty fun array of color and pattern there. And I know I did cut off the really fun part of that, but guess what? I can now use this for something else, right? I can use that, cut that part down and use it for another list down the road. Maybe like when we're together again at the beginning of April. All right, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful paper. Let's move that out of the way. And now let's take a look at some, that orange is pretty prominent in my photo. That little Punch's little friend is a little bit too prominent with color. So we'll try to get a little bit of the orange in. And that's kind of a little way, if you have a really strong, bold color that you feel like you need to, even something like that would have worked on the other side, pulling that orange in. That's the back side of that paper. But if you have a really prominent color and you really feel like you can't ignore it, but you can certainly kind of bring it in and soften it up that way, right? So now it does it softer. It goes together because we pulled a little bit of orange over here, but it's not like the really super bright orange. All right, so next up, I need my corner rounder. Where did that go? Oh goodness, Lord only knows where that went last night. It's here somewhere. Oh, here it is. If I was a corner rounder, I would be right there. Nadine, 100%. Nadine said, no, we'll do it this way. Nadine said, Vicky is the mixed media queen. My 20-something daughters love her paints and kits and inks. I love that. Yeah, she is, she says mixed media for everyone. She definitely has a way of approaching mixed media and teaching people mixed media that is very doable. I always tell her, I'll take a private lesson next time you come. She usually comes, visits me about once a year. I usually go see her in Canada, maybe once every couple of years. I'm like, a private lesson. That's the only way I'm going to do it, Vicky. Only way I'm doing it. I get a private lesson. So if you really want me to do mixed media and embrace it, I need my lesson. It's really funny. It's been a couple of years now, but she came to visit one summer and we did a joint live. So we did a live on my YouTube channel where we were together, and we did a live on her YouTube channel where we were together. The live on her YouTube channel, we were doing mixed media, and it is the funniest thing you've ever seen because I don't do mixed media. And then we did a live on my YouTube channel where we did listing, which was much easier for her to do than me trying to do mixed media, but it was fun. It was a hoot. All right, so now I won't do my list on there. I will do my list on white cardstock. So I'll end up covering up some of that, not all of it, some of it. White cardstock. So we'll just end up with a little bit of kind of color around that list. So white cardstock, let's just guess here. This will probably be about 7 by, based on my guessing always, it usually ends up being about 7 by 3 3/4, 7 by 4-ish. We might as well talk about the next giveaway now, because the next giveaway is two things. Has to do with 2 of the products that were released yesterday, and they are glimmers related. First one, the glimmers rub-ons, which I showed briefly, which I will be using for my list, the glimmers rub-ons. There is also a brand new themed traveler's. Oh my goodness, how did I do that? At what point did I make that camera go askew? Probably when I picked up Reggie. Apologies, that's been totally skiwampus for a while now. I just fixed it. Wow, that was, you guys are like, why does your desk look like that? Anyhow, this is the second part of the giveaway. Brand new Glimmers Traveler's Notebook insert. So you have 24 pages here to document your glimmers. So if you decided, you know what, I'm gonna have a whole separate traveler's notebook, I just wanna make note of my glimmers, or maybe you'd like to introduce this concept to somebody else that maybe isn't a crafter, that you wanna talk to them about glimmers, and then give them this insert, and they can just write down their little glimmers there. Maybe you have younger kids, nieces, nephews, grandkids, kids, you give them crayons or colored pencils and just have them kind of play and write the glimmers down, right? Get them to start thinking about glimmers. It's a good practice. I will forever be on my soapbox about glimmers. Okay, so there we go. Now what we will do in a minute, I will probably try to soften this up a little bit more. And we'll soften up this side a little bit more as well. He makes me want to cry. He looks so sad. He looks so sad. All right, so let's look. Foil die cuts, icons and titles, journaling bits. I probably won't use the journaling bits. We have stickers, we have rub-ons, and we have laser cut elements. So let's look and see what we think we might want to use. Maybe we'll go to, how cool is that little border with the pencils? Let's look at the icons and titles. Something fun we'd like to use. There's some flowers, some birds. Now this collection is called Artful Moments. So you have lots of fun like art icons, like your paintbrushes, your, I almost called that dental floss, your embroidery floss, paints, little paint palette, pencils, watercolors, really, really fun collection. So let's see, but I won't go with any of those things. I'll probably maybe just do more of the butterfly look. Maybe, let's see what else here. But I did just see something else. Well, I won't do that. I won't pull that out. I don't want to pull that out. I'll confuse things at this point. Don't mind me, I'm just talking to myself. So looking for, this is the foil die cut assortment that I've just pulled out. So really fun, beautiful colors, but foil. So that has gold foil, that's vellum with gold foil. And that is also vellum with gold foil in the center. So vellum, if you think about vellum is cloudy, right? So when we look at the back of that, it's kind of cloudy. Vellum is cloudy. In the same pack, you also have acetate. You have some clear acetate pieces. I mean, you think of the acetate as shiny, right? Shiny and cloudy. Oh yeah, we're using that. That's a great thing to use at the bottom of our little piece there. A fun little heart. I think we need some hearts with Punch. He absolutely needs hearts. We all, boy, Punch has more moms. Little Punch, whose mom abandoned him, has now more moms than anybody in history, right? Everybody wants to take poor little Punch and take him under their wing and be mad at the bullies. Go give the bullies a piece of our mind. Bullies, there'll be a bullies thing that I talk about again on one of our lists, one of our next lists. All right, let's just get these all, let me just get these all thrown back in here. Some amazing pieces here. Like I said, I haven't even, these just came in on Wednesday? I think Wednesday. I just got my order Wednesday, and so I have not even had time to breathe, let alone look at any of the products. All right, so those are some colors that seem to, ooh, yeah, this one, that seem to be working a little bit. Some hearts, and then bringing in maybe a butterfly or two. We might decide that the flowers don't really work, so we'll see. I think we'll just maybe stick to this pack, this foil die cut assortment pack. Can we just talk about these for a minute? How cool is that? Clear acetate, those little pie charts. Today is Pie Day. Today is 3.14, March 14th. There's your little pie charts for today. Those little circles with all the great kind of pattern and things going in them also, you'll see those throughout the collection. There's a paper with that. Oh, it's so cool. Paper would be really cool to even just cut the circles out. You could use it as a full piece or just cut the circles out, and then you'd have circles for days. All right, so here we go. Now, I was trying to find a photo that didn't have all the writing on it, and I could not find a high resolution photo from the internet that I wouldn't be, anyhow. So that just has the writing on it. It's whatever. But he is taking over the internet. So one day when I look at this, I'll be like, what the heck is that monkey? And I'll go, oh yeah, that's the baby monkey that took over the internet. Vicky said people love this set. I love that you're here, Vicky. You can give us the play-by-play. She said people love this set. And she said she just used these. These are those foiled die cut assortment pieces. Okay, so now what we'll do, we need to bring in just a little bit of color to this because that white is pretty stark on that background. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to ink the edges, and I'm thinking maybe marigold. Let's see. I have swatched all of my Distress Oxides, so I have all the colors. And when you're looking for a color, it is much easier to do this, go through your swatches, as opposed to wild honey, dried marigold. What do we think? Dried marigold? Not really. Carved pumpkin, way too orangey. So I think we might go back. Spiced marmalade. No, you know what I think we'll do? I think, what did we have back here that I stopped on? Wild honey. Wild honey? I think, let's do wild honey. All right, so let me grab wild honey. Where would you be? Ah, here is a prime example of why you swatch your inks, because I couldn't find wild honey because I was looking for this. That is what the the plastic cover of wild honey looks like, right? That to me looks very different than that. So you can never on a printout get a true accurate representation of color. That's why it's so helpful to swatch your pens, your pencils, your inks, your watercolors, whatever it is, so you can more accurately find the color that best meets what you're looking for. All right, so wild honey, and we also need to grab this. And I did not put this one away last night. So last night I used broken china. So let me take broken china off. If you're new to Layle or you haven't seen these are my, this is one of our products, the ink blending foam storage. So it's the box. It is, you can pick from, I think 10 or 12 different types of ink. So you get 2 of those pre-printed sheets that have Distress Oxide or Gina K or whatever it is. This size, you end up with the 2 sheets. What's going on there? I'll show you this one. You end up with the 2 sheets, so you can store up to 40 of your little ink blending tools. You also have 40 pre-punched circles, so you can then swatch your circles. You also have 40 of your little Velcro pieces, so you can basically store, swatch, organize all in one. That holds 40. Okay, but we need wild honey, so let's go to wild honey. I am not a mixed media person, as basically we're opposite ends of the spectrum. As mixed media as Vicky is, that is how opposite I am. I'm just not my thing, right? It scares me. I don't do it, and so I don't know what I'm doing. And a lot of times in life, if we don't know what we're doing, it scares us. But I do use ink this way. I am going to ink the edges, just test it first to make sure I like that. That will be great. I am taking my little foam blending tool here, circular motion to pick up ink, and I am just going to ink the edges. So that is really going to help soften that white when it sits on that pattern paper. If you're a card maker or a scrapbooker, basically what I'm doing here is it's almost like I'm matting this white piece of paper with a yellowish, wild honey-ish color of cardstock. I tend to not do a lot of matting in my Traveler's Notebook inserts because it makes them super bulky and chunky. And so when I can get the look of another layer with just using ink without adding the depth of another layer or the bulkiness of another layer, then I do my little ink blending, or not blending. I'm not blending here. I'm just inking the edges. There's really cool things that you can do with blending and things like that. But notice that, right? Let's just pause and look. The difference between just inking that up, it just kind of really brings it in, as opposed to it being white, right? Look at that difference. Big difference. Okay. All right. So now let's do this. I have a stack a mile high of inks over there that are not put away. Let me just put this guy away, and then we will begin our list. So now that we've talked about glimmers a little bit, do you do glimmers? Do you keep track of glimmers? Do you make a list of glimmers? Do you keep track of them on your phone? Do you notice glimmers? Do you look for them? Have you shared glimmers with other people? Just curious if glimmers are now a part of your world. And if so, I would like to know, tell me one of your glimmers. Tell me one of your glimmers that you remember. Did you have a glimmer recently that you want to share with us? I would love that. Oh, you guys are having lots of questions about this guy, right? Let's see, Mary. There in the description box of this video, there is a link to my blog post where I talk about all kinds of storage. This my kind of organizing. I don't know if this is in there, but there is a link to this in the description box of the video specifically. This is a salt cellar. Salt cellar in humid climates, this is a way to keep the humidity away from your salt. Keeps it dry so your salt doesn't clump, right? One of you years ago recommended this to me. My stamp chamois, didn't recommend the stamp chamois, it was a salt cellar, but my stamp chamois is what I use to, I'm cleaning my stamps, cleaning my ink, cleaning ink from my hands, and I use this little stamp chamois. These I have on the website. But you really want it to stay moist while you are working. And if it's out in the air, it's going to dry out very quickly. So I just keep that in my little stamp chamois. Couple things about that. As I mentioned, linked in the description box of the video. I just got mine on Amazon. You don't have to use a salt cellar. You could use a baggie, you could use Tupperware, but as you're working, it makes it a lot easier if it's kept moist. You don't want the air to get to it or it'll dry out. And if it dries out, you just go wet it in the sink again and continue to use it. Public service announcement. If you've ever put a load of laundry in before you went to bed and thought, oh, I will still be awake when it's done, and I will be sure to transfer the laundry from the washer to the dryer. And then you promptly fall asleep. And in the morning, or I don't know, maybe about 1 or 2 the next day, you go, oh crap, I left the laundry in the washer. And what happens when you open up the wash machine? You have to wash the laundry again because it smells damp, mildewy, just does not smell nice. Same thing with this. When you're done using it, open it up, let it air out. If you leave that, I've done it, if you leave that like that, it's going to smell like the clothes that sat in the washer for too long. And if it does, it's okay. Take it out, wash it. I add a little soap to it, not to clean it, but just to get the smell out. But that's what that is. That's what that little salt cellar is. All right. Oh, wait. Guess what? Apologies. I have not done the giveaway for the rub-ons and the glimmers insert. So let me just attach this and then I will do that now. So sorry, friends. You're like, didn't you say you were going to do a giveaway like 28 minutes ago? I did, but I just get sidetracked easily, hence the squirrel. All right. So now I'm going to stop and I'm going to scroll up, and the winner is Daisy Dog 58. Daisy Dog 58 has not won. Oh no, actually, Daisy Dog 58, actually, she won a $25 store credit yesterday. So Daisy Dog 58, congratulations. But I am going to, what I did yesterday, when I picked someone that had already won, I just went right to the person below that. The person below that is Nancy Mars. So Nancy Mars, you are the random lucky winner of our next giveaway, and that is the rub-ons, the glimmers rub-ons and the glimmers insert. So Nancy, please send an email, layle@gmail.com. In the subject line, please write glimmers winner. If you've already placed an order, we can absolutely add that to your order. Or if you will be placing an order, let me know. We can add that to your order. Otherwise, we will get your order. The team will get your order out in about 2 weeks once they get through all of the orders. All right. Daisy Dog is lucky, right? I pulled her twice. There are a couple of you that I pulled twice. So you never know. You never know. Mama Drake said, you need to make a Punch the Monkey sticker for my journal. So yes, you know what? We have one in the works. Becky committed to us. She agreed. You guys saw it. Everybody here saw it. She said she's going to make us a Punch the Monkey sticker. So as soon as she gets that done, I will order some vinyl stickers with Punch the Monkey, and then you'll see them. As soon as we get them, then I'll put them on the website because I thought that'd be so fun. Daisy Dog needs to buy a lottery ticket, right? All right. So now we're ready kind of for our list, but I feel like I need to do a little bit of decorating. We need to add some softness over here. Even though this is really soft, the photo is soft because you have, little Punch's mama monkey that looks like he's been through the washer a bunch of times. And then you have little soft fur on little Punch's ears and his little body. And he's so cute. You just want to give him a big hug. But all of this is very dark and black. So we need to add some softness in here, right? So let's see where we want to do that. I think we'll end up here. I think maybe we'll embrace the hearts over here. So do we add a couple hearts? Just maybe layer a couple hearts. These are vellum. Do we have another one? I feel like we need another one. So I did. I pulled out another one. I feel like we need a little cluster of 3 here maybe. So let's look. Oh, there's another one too. Oopsie. Well, that one's gone. Lord only knows where that one went. On the floor. Mr. Eraser. I don't know what we're talking about. I won't look at that. You guys are having a conversation I am not privy to. These little guys they're not sticky, but the vellum is wanting to like not stick to the photo, but you know, get stuck to it. Not stick, but get stuck. We just do our littles like that. I think so. Now, normally there you would see me use my highlighter tape and pick those all up at once. I don't want to use highlighter tape on a photo because it will probably pull up part of the ink when I lift that back off. So what I do need is some little tiny glue dots. So let's see. There we go. Little teeny tiny glue dots. See that little guy? Generally, that's what I'll use. I mean, you can use your tape runner. Excuse me. You could use liquid glue. When I am using glue dots, I try to find kind of a strategic place to put them. Like in this little guy, there's a little bit kind of distress right there. So if I put my glue dot behind that distress, I think it might kind of camouflage the glue dot or hide it a little bit. If I'm working on maybe a scrapbook page or a mini book or something, a lot of times I will use, where was this one? We're just going to have to figure it out. We need to cover that little part up now. I will use a stapler, but I don't want to use a stapler. I'm not going to like where that is, but guess what? It's going to be there now. Has to stay because I need to be creative in the way I do this. So I try not to see any of my glue dots. Could we do that? No, I don't like where I put that. I don't want that there. So let's just see. I think I already know what the result is going to be here. If I try to pull that up, oh, maybe gently, gently, gently. Ooh, that turned out okay. It didn't. I was worried it was going to pull off part of the ink from the photo. So I think what I want to do is probably build here and then, build here and then adhere all together. So I can kind of get these oriented in the way that I would like them. Like maybe those two there and maybe this guy up here. That works. All right, so now we will put that another glue dot right where that one was. So maybe it'll camouflage that a little bit. I don't remember if I completed my train of thought there, but a lot of times with vellum, even with acetate, I will use a little stapler or tiny attacher. And then you just embrace it. Then you're just embracing kind of the staple being part of it. I don't want to cover up his cute little furry ear because his cute little furry ear is cute. All right, this guy, let's put that down there. And we'll probably see a little bit of it, but that's okay. That's okay. A glue pen, tiny attacher. Oh, look, okay, we've got the experts here. Tiny attacher, tape runner, or glue pen. All right, let's do this. This guy. On the third one. We'll just get a little bit of my, oh yeah, there we go. A little bit on there. Oh, look, we won't even see it. I did make it a little bit too large, my glue. Yikes. Well, there we go. That's fine. There's a cluster of hearts. That's a good cluster. That's going to be there. They're going to stay. I might as well, though, do this right here. Get a little bit under that piece. There we go. Oh, yeah. You don't even see it. You don't see it. If I had probably looked at the chat earlier, I would have seen it. There we go. That one you see a little bit, but that's okay. All right, so now we have over here, we need to be thinking about our title. And we have lots of options for our glimmers titles in the rub-ons. I have, that would be a good title, Glimmers of Happiness. This one, Savor the Moment, Sparks of Joy, some of our stacked word art that you've seen us come out with this year. We have a Glimmers there. We have this Magical Bliss, Special Moment, Glimmer So Happy, Magical Content. I don't know. I feel like, I mean, you have this one too, which is really fun. Let's look. We also have on the back side a couple of others, a Glimmer of Happiness. And then this one was a big glimmer. It just said glimmer. I used it last night when I was showing you kind of how rub-ons work. So let's look. I'll show you again how rub-ons work. We're talking about printing in the chat. Love it. So what if we do, you know what? Actually, I think I'm going to do this one. I'm going to do this and then pull in. So that'll kind of help pull in a little bit of my gold and then that little piece. So when I open a package of rub-ons, and I used one of these yesterday, so I've already done this, your rub-ons will always have a protective backer. So 2 sheets, because you have 2 glimmers, or excuse me, 2 rub-on sheets here. You also have 2 backer sheets. When they come out of the package, they are separate. You'll notice mine is stapled. I've stapled my rub-on to the protective backer. That to me is very helpful because the way rub-ons work, they rub on through pressure. So you apply pressure to the art and it transfers or it rubs onto whatever you want to put it on. If it becomes separated from that protective backer and it ends up somewhere and you lean on it or set something on it, pressure happens. And remember how they work? They work through applying pressure. If that becomes separated, you significantly increase the odds of your rub-on transferring onto something you don't want to. So staple them and then they're together. Next thing I do, I always, and this is just me, rub-ons were really big back in the day, 20 years ago plus, and they've made a resurgence. But back in the day, they were nowhere like they are today, nowhere. They weren't very good. They were a little harder to work with. So this has always been my process. I then take the image I want and I cut it away from the sheet. Much easier to work with just the little piece as opposed to a big sheet, right? If it's a big sheet, then I worry about getting rid of the rub-on where I don't want it to go. So I am going to, I separated it and I will peel off that little protective backing. They're a little bit sticky on the back. So basically you need to decide where you want it and commit. You can't set it down and go, whoops, I don't want it there. You could set it down and go, whoops, I don't want it there. Part of it would come off and part of it will stick. So I need to decide where I want it. And I think I like it. Let me just get it a little bit closer to me so I can make sure it's straight. I think I like it right there. From here, super easy. But the biggest thing to remember is don't let go. Don't let go, all right? So I'm holding on. I am going to use this is not a rub-on tool. It's actually an embossing tool. I used to sell these. Tonic doesn't make these anymore. We're now working with one of our factories to see if we can come up with something like this. It's just a fancy tool. The rub-ons come with a popsicle stick. You can use a popsicle stick. You can use a bone folder. Use whatever you have that's blunt, not sharp, blunt. And then you are holding on and you are just starting to rub that art off of the sheet onto your project. The black ones are really easy to tell when they release because they go from being shiny black to kind of an opaque grayish color. That's because they've now transferred. That art has transferred. So I'm just going about doing this. I'm still holding on. That's the most important part, in my opinion, is that you hold on. If you're not holding on and that image shifts, part of it is already rubbed on. Part of it has not. You'll end up with a little crack or break in your rub-on. So I always like to make sure I hold on. I don't let go. So you'll notice as I was rotating that, because now I have to go to this part where my fingers were, but I never let go. We're the opposite of Elsa. We don't want to let go. All right, so I'm continuing through that, and I get to the point where I'm like, okay, I think I've pretty much rubbed all that on. And I'm going to do this on purpose. I purposely have not rubbed part of that on so I can show you. You still want to hold on. You don't know if the entire image has rubbed on. So from here, what I do is start to peel back that piece. And look, do you see right there? where part of it had not rubbed on. As long as I haven't let go, I can lay that right back down again because it has not moved. I can lay it right back down and do that. We'll go from this side now, make sure that we are good, and lift up, lift up, lift up, lift up, lift up, and it looks good. So I am now going to just run my fingers over it. The nice thing about a rub-on as compared to a sticker or a die cut, it now looks like that has been printed on my paper. You have no shadowing, ghosting, you have no halo around that, so it's kind of cool. Those rub-ons are black, and they're black on purpose. We do some colored rub-ons with season pass because it then matches season pass. That's easier for us to match the color. But on something super generic like this, we don't know how and where and with what you might use it. So we figure it's really safe to go with black, and then you can kind of work it in with whatever you'd like. All right, so now let's, Mama Driggs just brought up a very good point. She said, people use your rub-ons. They go bad, and then you'll be sad you didn't use them. Back in the day, that was definitely the case. I don't know if that's the case these days. The process in which they make the rub-ons, I would like to think is different from back in the day because they seem very different to me. You don't have to take my word for it. You can ask people that have used my rub-ons. They're amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. And actually, FYI, I use the same factory for my rub-ons that 49 and Market does. So if you are familiar with and you know 49 and Market rub-ons, then you know that they're lovely. They're wonderful. All right. So we're getting close. We are getting close. I feel like we need maybe just a couple more things to kind of soften this up and kind of bring the hearts in over here. Oh, we can't forget about this though. We want this. We have to have this. This is so good. That piece is just going to be so fun right there. So I'm going to cut off this little end like this. And let's have it go from there to there. And with this, I will use my glue dots because it's clear acetate. And I don't need a lot. I'll probably just put one on each end and maybe one in the center. There's my last one right there. Actually, Kristen, I think that's Kristen, maybe not. K Road Design says they go on top of almost everything except washi. Oh, yeah. I totally misread that. I thought you were saying ink because I have stamped something and then put ink or put a rub-on on top, and they work beautifully. Again, I'm going to talk about Little Craft Fest for a second. If you're going to that, another one of the workshops I'm teaching is about making the most out of your stamps. A lot of people buy stamps and then don't use their stamps. There's so many different things you can do with stamps, anyone's stamps. So that workshop has a really fun kit with it, but we are using the, I think the Glimmer, no, one of the rub-on sets, I don't remember which one, and the Textures stamp, and then some colored inks in the kit to do some really fun things. All right, I feel like I need maybe a couple more glimmers on here. And when I mean glimmers, I mean like these little guys, right? So we have these little glimmers, and then we have that other shape, and we have those little glimmers there. So I haven't tried this before. I'm going to try something for us. I have no clue how it'll work, but we're going to go in. We're going to try it. We're going to test it. I test it for you, so then you don't have to. You know if it works or doesn't work. I am going to try to take these little glimmers right here, and I am going to see what happens if I put them on the vellum. We'll see. In my head, I think it would work, but I've never tried it, so we'll see. I think it might be kind of fun to have maybe these guys right there, right? Yes. Okay, cross your fingers. Cross your fingers. Are you going to put that class kit on your website? Mimi, that's going to be a really hard one because it's very hands-on. We'll see. We'll see after I've conceptualized it. I've picked the products. What I haven't done is really design the class yet. So once I design it and teach it, I will see if it's something that translates into a class kit where we're not together in person. We'll try. We'll see. Because that one is a lot of hands-on in class. Oh, look, it worked beautifully. Right on top of my vellum. So there you go. Check that off your list. You can add rub-ons on top of vellum. And now that's just added a little bit more of our glimmer look over here. I really can't add any more of those kind of things over here because everything down there is black, so I won't see it. Gabby, it's our glimmers list with little punch, right? All right, so now let's see. We just need a little bit more softness here. What if we did this? So, we still have our visual triangle going here, right? So that concept design principle of a visual triangle, that if I put things in a triangle, it really is drawing my eye across the spread. If I just do this, I just have those two things and it looks like something is missing there, right? So sometimes you know something is missing, but you don't know why. And you don't need to know what the design principle is. You just know something doesn't look right. So as soon as I add that there, it kind of gives me that visual triangle. So everything kind of works together a little bit more that way, in my opinion. So we'll use our, everything is just my opinion. I'm no expert, so I've just been crafting for a long time. So my opinion, I'll always tell you my opinion. Ask anyone that knows me. I'll give you my opinion, huh, Vicki? Yep. You don't always have to take my opinion, but I'll give it to you. And this little guy will just go right there. And the gold foil actually really works kind of with that concept of glimmers because it just, kind of glimmers. It just kind of glimmers. I feel like we need a little bit more right there. All right, so now we are ready to list our glimmers. But there is one other thing that I need. I need a bullet stamp. I need a bullet stamp because I'm going to list my glimmers here, and this is going to be a run-on list. So basically, I'm just going to have one after the next, after the next, after the next. Basically like this. This is a run-on list. So I'm just writing a run-on sentence, basically, in this case, house projects. On this list will be glimmers. So I need something to separate my run-on list. And so let's hope, oh yes, here we are. Glimmers 1 and Glimmers 2. Glimmers 1 and Glimmers 2 stamp sets. The Glimmers 1 stamp set has these little kind of glimmers, the original glimmer. And so I will use that little guy as my bullet, right? That guy or the bigger guy? Maybe we should use the bigger guy. Maybe we should go big. Well, we'll go medium and go home. Or no, go big or go home. We're gonna go medium and just drive in the parking lot, drive in the driveway. We're not quite going home. What I mean by that, I'm not gonna use the giant one. We're gonna go with our middle guy. I don't know, that made sense in my head when I was thinking it. Maybe it didn't come out quite right. Yes, Terry, it is time for a hydration break. So this is a very small stamp, that little glimmer stamp. We have not done any stamping yet today. When it comes to stamping, there are lots of opinions that I have. And I share lots of my opinions and tips and tricks and techniques when I'm stamping with you guys because I know, because you've told me, so many people are afraid to, they're afraid to stamp. You're worried about stamping. You don't know what you're doing. You think you're going to mix it up. You think you're going to ruin something. So there are lots of tips that I've learned along the way. And I just figured it out over a lot of years. But the things that have worked for me, I share with you guys. One of them is right-sizing your stamping block to your stamp. Right-sizing your stamping block to your stamp. And that's what I've done here. Little tiny stamping block for my little tiny stamp. When you have little small stamps like that, even if you have a small stamping block, even like this guy, still it's a little bit harder to work with because it's not sized for your stamp. This is one of my products. It's a stamping stylus. What makes it so easy to use is when you compare it with that or any writing instrument, your hand is very used to that action. It's comfortable with holding that. So your hand is also really comfortable with holding this because it's muscle memory. It knows what to do. So what if we do wild honey? When I take my little stamping stylus here and my stamp, how easy is that? There are my little glimmers. And that is what I'm going to use to separate the items on my list. So stamping stylus. Stamping stylus, rub-ons, traveler's notebook inserts. Pretty much everything I make, with the exception of the 2026 season pass and a couple of other things, are not part of the sale this weekend. But if you're just joining and you're like, wait a minute, sale? What sale? Well, where have you been, sister? Yes, big sale going this weekend is part of our celebration. You'll find out information about it in the description box of the video, the coupon code and everything, which ends Sunday night. All right, so in no particular order on my list, we have Punch the Monkey, of course. He's got to lead the charge. Punch the Monkey. You know what's going to happen. He's captured the world's heart, like seriously. And if you don't know about Punch the Monkey, please Google. Please Google. Sad story with an incredibly happy ending for our little Punch the Monkey. Anyhow, we're going to be seeing this little picture for years, and it will instantly take us back to Punch the Monkey and how we feel about him. Punch the Monkey. Next up on my list. Now, I will tell you, I have not done a very good job in the last month of keeping track of my glimmers, or so I thought. Because normally I have a running list on my phone that when I see something or experiencing something, I just pop it in there. So this morning I'm like, oh crap. I had a few and I'm like, what are my glimmers? And then I went, you know what? I do have a running list of my glimmers because it's that group chat with Nick and Jack, our son Jack, and his wife Kat. So all I did was go pull up our group chat. Not only did I remember my glimmers, but I kind of relived their glimmers too. So that was fun. So it was really easy after I remembered that. So next up on my list, when we were in Hawaii, seeing a full rainbow in Hawaii. And what I mean full is being able to see both ends. So the full arc, both ends. I don't see those very often. So anytime I see that, it's pretty spectacular. That was definitely a glimmer. Especially with the ocean and the palm trees. It was like, oh, great glimmer. Next up, here's the other thing about glimmers. If you're having a really bad day, maybe revisit a glimmers list you'd already done, right? Go back and read your list and go, oh, I remember that double, the rainbow that I could see both ends in Hawaii. That was so beautiful. I'll relive that moment and it'll give me a little spark of joy, like a little hit of dopamine, right? So you can come back to your list if you feel like you need a little reinforcement. Yes, you guys are saying Hawaii rainbows are the best. They really are. When we got back from Hawaii, driving straight from the airport, to the warehouse, our warehouse, our new warehouse. We've never had a warehouse. To the warehouse, and seeing they had installed the Layle by mail sign. That was pretty cool. And Nick reminded me of that one this weekend. I'm like, oh crap, Nick, I forgot to keep track of my glimmers. And he's like, oh, here's a good one. That was really cool. Seeing that. A little surreal. Just a little bit surreal. Kate said, yes, definitely reliving glimmers improves your outlook. Next up, we have, this for me. And again, some things may be glimmers for me, not for you. There may be glimmers that are for you, not for me, right? It's one of the you to you things. We're all different. I love watching the Olympics. I love watching the Olympics every year. Well, not every year, every other year, every 4 years, you know. I had a couple of glimmer moments from the Olympics. Number one, we watched, on the TV, of course, watching the women and men USA hockey teams win the gold. That was just pretty special. Pretty special. All right. After that one, also related to the Olympics, the ice skater, Alyssa Liu. Um, if you know her story, she gave up ice skating. She's young. She's in her early 20s, I believe. She gave up ice skating, professional, not professional. You know, she was a skater, Olympic caliber skater, right? Zen girls, I'll answer your question in just a second. I have an answer for you. But she gave up skating earlier in her career. I don't remember. I think she was 16 or 17 or something, but she gave up skating because of the pressure. It was too much. It was like ruining her life, which is a very mature decision. So when she decided she wanted to start skating again, she said in interviews she didn't feel like she had all the pressure. And so when this gives me goosebumps and it makes me want to cry because it was incredible. Her reaction when she was done skating. And it was so powerful that I actually recorded it on the TV and I sent it in our group Glimmers, our group chat for Glimmers. And I said, this is a glimmer for me today because she skated the most incredible routine. And when she was done, she skated off and she was literally jumping up and down on her skates. She was so excited and her joy was so infectious. And that was just, I saw that and it's on my phone. So I can even go back to it when I want to and watch it because it was just amazing. So that made a huge impression. Hello, Tracy Gardner. Tracy Gardner, your question about Australia and the digital version. I didn't have time to get it up. I will get it up hopefully tomorrow and I will respond to your email and it'll be there for you. So Zen Girls just had a question that I'm going to answer right now. She asked, any suggestions to keep from losing the bullet stamps off of the acetate sheet? And this kind of goes in general for any of your stamps. So I'll just grab one of these. Some of your stamps are really small and your stamps stick to the acetate sheet, really the back and the front, because the stamps are a little bit tacky, right? Well, what happens over time, especially on your small ones, because life, you'll get a little bit of dirt or a little bit of dust or a little bit of lint on the back of your stamps. It's a little bit easier on your large ones because if you have some on there, there's still enough stickiness or tackiness to stick to the acetate. But on your little tiny ones, sometimes you get some dust on there. There's not enough surface area for any tackiness to kind of still be there. And so when you try to stick it on the sheet, it wants to fall off. So usually what I do, I will take, if I have my stamp chamois out, I will do that. I clean off the back. You could do it with a wet paper towel, with a baby wipe. I generally, for me personally, I don't like to use baby wipes with my stamps because some baby wipes are very fibrous. They have a lot of fibers in them and the fibers end up transferring to the stamp, even from cleaning the front of the stamp. You don't want fibers on your stamps because it makes a problem when you're stamping. But just clean off the back of your stamp, get that little dust or dirt or lint or whatever it is off. That will now be clean and it will stick. So sometimes you need to clean the back of your stamps when you clean the front of your stamps. But that's usually what I do. Clean it off, press hard, and then there you go. All right, great question. So now I need to write that. Alyssa Liu's reaction after her skate. And I'll just keep it like that. Alyssa Liu's reaction coming off the ice after her, by the way, gold medal winning skate. Now she didn't know it then, right? And I will tell you what, this is another teary one, gold medal winning skate. So there's a young, I think she was Japanese maybe, a young Japanese skater who had skated right before her. And she was, I think the young Japanese skater was in for gold until Alyssa skated. But rather than focusing, talk about a really mature young lady. She was over celebrating with the Japanese skater. And if she wasn't Japanese, apologies, that's in my head, that's what's sticking. But she was celebrating with her because the Japanese skater won silver. So she was basically stepping outside of herself, not focusing on herself, and being there with someone else to celebrate. It was just a beautiful moment. So many beautiful moments. Let's see. Yes, my stamps are photopolymer made in the USA. They are incredible quality. I will tell you one thing though, if you use a lot of yellow, I use a lot of yellow ink, your stamps will yellow, but it's not because of the material, it's because of the yellow can sometimes stain the polymer. So if they look yellow, that would be why, because of the ink, not the yellowing that you see with like inexpensive acrylic stamps. And if you've been there, you know what happens. All right, what else do I have? Okay, car wash. I like to have my car washed. I just drive through the drive-through. Last month I noticed when I was going through the car wash, the attendant at the drive-through car wash had two little containers on his little stand. One was a container of dum-dums and one was a container of dog bones. And so anyone drives through with either a kid or a kid or a dog in the car, then he would pull from his little container and either give a sucker or a dog bone. I thought that was just sweet. That was just a little glimmer, right? So the car wash attendant with, I'll say dog bones and dum-dums. So it's the little things, right? Some glimmers for me are all just really little, but that is because I look for them. I'm going to circle back to this one again. I recently heard someone say the amount of good things in your life depends on your ability to notice them. Look for them. Because again, I've never said, no, I'm good. I don't need any more joy in my life. But you got to look for them. I had scallops. Delicious. Are there two I's in delicious? Delicious. Okay, somebody help me out. Please spell delicious for me in the chat. Delicious. Jody Biz is all about perspective. 100% all about perspective. Delicious. There it is. Okay, I had it. Two I's. I had it right over here. Delicious. Delicious scallops for dinner. I had them 2 nights in a row in Hawaii. Nick, my husband, is a business every year in Hawaii, so I have to go with him. I just would rather stay home, but I have to go. You know I'm joking. I'm joking. I don't want to stay home. I want to go. So that is a glimmer in and of itself, Hawaii. But scallops, amazing scallops twice for dinner. And then dancing. The hotel that we stay at in Waikiki, where he has business every year, we stay at a hotel called the Moana Surfrider. And there are so many just parts about that hotel that I just love. We've stayed there for years, 10, 12 years. One of them is the wooden rocking chairs that they have on the porch. And the dancing at the Moana Surfrider. I love to dance. So this is a different kind of dance. It's not like, pop music or anything. There is a piano player that they have this kind of area in the lobby, and you can have dinner in that area. So it's kind of a dinner show. If you want, you can have dinner. And during dinner, he plays nice, relaxing music on the piano. Mimi, you were at that same hotel in September. You loved it. I love it. It's just like, it reminds me of the hotel, the style of the hotel very much reminds me of like the Old South, like North Carolina or something like that. So the piano player does like dinner music during dinner. But then after that, he takes a break and then he plays really fun music, like Kool and the Gang and that type of music. And so Nick and I have so much fun. Every night that we're there, if he's playing, we dance, and you're dancing like in the lobby, and it's just quite the spectacle. But there's other people doing it. And then people stop and watch, and just it's just such a glimmer because the music is upbeat and it's fun and it's happy. And we do kind of like a swing type dancing. Oh, and we have so much fun. All right, so last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to date this. I am going to advance my roller date stamp to March 14th. And I think I am going to do that in the wild honey. Oh, but you know what? I always use black and I never clean it off. So I have not cleaned it off. So I need to clean that off because it will look blackish, yellowish, weird, and I don't want that. Usually, though, I never clean that little guy off. I did a little bit of test stamping before when I was doing my glimmers, and I really wasn't testing. I was really just kind of showing you. But when I stamp, I always recommend that you test stamp first because if I had not test stamped that, I would have had a really muddy looking date because I hadn't cleaned it off before. You will never go wrong in test stamping first. You will never regret that, I promise you. That's how you figure out if you have lint on your stamp or the date's wrong. If you have a roller date stamp and the date's wrong, there we go. March 14th, 2026. And I am a big fan, a big proponent of dating your projects. I don't care what kind of project it is. If you do a scrapbook page, if you're doing a mini book, if you're doing a creative list or something like that, in my opinion, it's really important to date it because one day I might be looking back on this and I might be like, oh, isn't that interesting? I wonder when that was. And I'd be like, when was Punch the Baby a thing? No, or Punch the Baby Monkey. I could figure that out. But I think it's just important to date your list. So it's a good habit to get into. Nancy said, stayed at the same hotel from your suggestion. It was really nice. I don't know if I've shared this with you guys. There's really 3 parts to the hotel. We always like to stay in the original part of the hotel and not the big tower that's more like regular hotel room. We like that really kind of unique part, old style part of the hotel. Let's see. Mama Driggs said, I just looked at where I stayed there 25 years ago and OMG, it's like $1,000 a night now. Yikes. I know everything, right? Everything. Okay. So if you are new to the concept of glimmers, I hope that is something now that maybe you'll think about. Maybe you'll consider whether you do creative listing with us or not. Maybe it's just something you'll consider like working into your life, right? You don't have to list about it, but if you pay attention to it, it can, I think in my opinion, it can really make a difference. So you also never know when someone needs to hear a glimmer, a compliment, a nice smile. You give somebody a nice smile. I have always, whenever I'm in a hotel, and I travel quite a bit, when I see one of the cleaning people that are cleaning the rooms, or when I see a maintenance man or something like that, I always go out of my way to say hello to them. A lot of time I will say thank you, even if they're not working on my room, especially if you go into a public restroom and there's somebody there that's cleaning the restroom. I always make a point to say thank you so much. Thank you. Just because you never know when somebody like needs to hear something like that. I would never want to clean someone else's hotel room. So I want to make sure that I show appreciation for people that do that for me and for really anyone. So you can be a giver and a receiver of the glimmers. Aunt Recreate said, I second the request for the rolling date stamp and Layle's writing. That would be amazing. So here's the deal. Someone emailed me about that last night. We have been trying to work on a roller date stamp for about 2 years with one of our factories. And in order to customize the rubber like that, the font, the type, you have to order a lot, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And I just don't want to do it. I would love to, believe me. We've tried so many different ways. We've been doing a lot more work with this particular factory now. So when we get back, when Amy gets back, maybe we'll hit them up again and just see, now that we've been doing a lot of work for them, if we have any wiggle room on that MOQ or minimum order quantity. But a customization like that is pretty, you have to do a lot, right? Because it has to be worth their while. So we'll see. We'll see if we can ever make that happen. But we've been trying. All right. we are now ready for our, oh my gosh, our second list. Let's have a hydration break. Let's have a quick hydration break. That's important. Whatever you're hydrating with, hydrate. Take a break. I don't need to leave. I have my water here with me, but it is time for another prize. Thank you, Joe Disney fan. It is just as much on you guys as it is on me to remember to do the prizes, because you know I'll forget. So Crafty Natalie had a suggestion about doing a collab with the bigger company. I will tell you any more. There are even big numbers for them. We're slowly getting there. We're getting pretty close to the quantities that some scrapbook paper crafting companies are ordering. It's just that because it is a metal tooled product and then you have all of that rubber, it's just different. But we'll try. We're still doing it. We'll keep at it and see if we can make something happen. All right. Prize. Let's see. Let me see what our next list is. Our next list is All right, let's do this. Let's just kind of name your own prize, but it's name your own prize within reason. Because I know some of you'd be like, name my own prize. I want it all. And I'd be like, oh yeah, no, not quite that. Yes, One Crafty Bee Creations, whatever, was that Kyla? Whatever your beverage of choices for hydration, right? If it's coffee, it's okay. I mean, they say coffee is really more of it makes you dehydrated, but you know what? It's just drink something at this point. Just drink it. Oh yeah, so this is a $25 store credit. So the winner will receive a $25 store credit added to their account on my website, and then you can buy whatever you want for $25. All right? So poor little Reggie, let's do this. Let me just grab him. He's looking so sad. He's looking so sad through the glass. So I'm just going to put this here for 1 minute. I am going to see if I can get him to go into his bucket. Then I don't have to stare at him. He just looks so sad. He looks like Little Punch. He looks like Little Punch that his mom abandoned, and he doesn't have a stuffed orangutan. Okay, bud. You come in? Oh, well, okay, hold on. Where are you going? Where are you going? What do you need? What do you need? Okay, I'm coming here. I'm coming here. You need to eat? You need to eat? All right, I'm coming. So, if you have not heard me talk about Reggie and one of his very interesting habits, this is what just happened. Reggie is a social eater, and I've had 3 cats in my life. Reggie is number 4. I did not know that was a thing until Reggie, that there was such a thing as a social eater. Reggie is a social eater, which means he wants someone to be there while he's eating. Now, it doesn't have to be the whole time. You just have to you have to stand there while he takes the first bite, and then he's good. So, when I opened the door, he started running towards the kitchen, which told me, oh, he wants to eat. So I had to go in the kitchen, in the pantry, and he took a few bites, and then I was good. The problem is Reggie is a grazer. He eats all day long and all night long. And he does not understand the difference. No. Get in your bucket. Come on. I'll make you leave again. Get in your bucket. Come on, Reg. Reggie, please. I don't want to have to kick you out again. So he also wants to eat in the middle of the night. There is a bowl of food in our room for him to. Oh God, you can't take a bath here. You're not going to be able to do that. So hang tight. Let me just see if I can get him to stay in his bucket. And if not, I'll have to jettison him again. Okay, come on. Sit down. Sit down, buddy. Sit down. Come on. You're going to have to go outside. Sit down. Come on. So in the middle of the night, he wants to eat, and he wakes me up. And then his food's like 3 feet from where I'm sleeping, but I have to wake up and stand next to his food while he eats. Come on. Okay, what if we go right here? What if we go right here? Come on. Will you come right here? You come on the chair? I just feel bad locking him out. I mean, he really should not be allowed to be in our room at night. That would solve the problem, but I feel bad. I feel guilty. All right, yes, hilarious and annoying at the same time. He trained me. Oh, you bet he did. You bet he did. So hasn't he outgrown that bucket? Cats like to be in small places, so it makes him feel safer or more comfortable. I don't know. Oh yes, $25 store credit. So I'm going to stop. I am going to scroll up, and the winner of that is Carrie Adams Johansson. Carrie. I think she was saying same, Reggie, same, as like a social eater, right? Social eater. Carrie, you are the random lucky winner, my friend, of a $25 store credit. LayleByMail.com. So please shoot me an email. LayleByMail@gmail.com, and in the subject line put $25 credit, and I will add that to your account. Congratulations, Carrie. Reggie. Congratulations, Carrie. And if you're not Carrie, don't be sad. We still have how many more prizes? 1, 2, 3. We still have 6 more prizes to go. Sorry, buddy. You're just out. I just can't with you. So I'm sorry. I tried to let you be in here. Out. Come on. Sorry. Okay. That's that. He's locked out on the bad punch mom. Yeah, he's not going to be a super good boy for us. Anyhow, don't be sad if you're not Carrie. 6 more live prizes, and then there are after party prizes from last night's videos. You can go back and comment on the video itself, not in the chat. You can go back and comment on that for a chance to win one of 10 prizes. And then also after today's video, 10 more up for grabs. Okay, so our next list. Glimmers is a list we do every month. About last month is a list we do every month. Things I'm looking forward to, we do about 6 times a year. So some of our lists we do on repeat. But there are other lists that are just, they pop up whenever, kind of like last night's house projects. So our next 2 lists that we have are just kind of whenever lists. They're not something that we do on a frequent basis. So our first one, and I, again, miss all kinds of things with the chat. So if you had a question or a comment, oh my gosh, look at that. Joe Disney fan, that little, you have a cat in a box. Where did you find that? That is so fun. I know, poor Reggie. Wah, wah, except I don't think poor Reggie in the middle of the night. He doesn't think poor Layle in the middle of the night when he wakes me up. So that's what he gets, little brat. So, where was I? I don't know. I was talking about something. I don't know. Totally squirrel. Lost my train of thought. All right. So, the list we're going to start with next. It is lessons I learned as a kid. Lessons I learned as a kid. I know. What time are you going to pull the plug on? So noon is Pacific. So we'll probably go until about 12:30-ish. Oh, you know what? I never heard back from my friend Karen. She is picking me up this afternoon, and I don't know what time. I don't think she's texted me. I guess we'll see. So we have another hour and a half-ish at least. That would put us at cutoff time. We might even be able to go a little bit beyond that. But thank you, Terry, for helping me keep track. Because, you know, I just go off tangent. And then I don't know where we are or what we're doing. I need to put this away. I need to put the glimmer stamps away. So let's clean that guy off. Do not leave your small stamps on your stamping blocks because they will walk away. It'll be like the meatball that rolled off the table. Remember that little song we used to sing? I think it was called On Top of Old Smoky, all covered with cheese. My poor meatball. Whatever, that song, yeah. Your little stamps will get lost like the meatball. I know some of you are shaking your heads, and some of you have your families that can hear me on in the background, and they're like, what in the world? They're like, what in the world is wrong with that lady? Because you tell me that. They're like, wow. On top of spaghetti, all covered with cheese. What is Old Smoky? On top of spaghetti. I don't know what Old Smoky is. Must be some kid's song that I messed up. Oh, Crafty Bee, I love it. Your order arrived. Perfect. Mama Drake said, how many icon sets do you have now? There are 3 bullets and more stamp sets, if that's what you mean by icons. 3 different. Bullets and More 2, and Bullets and More 3. On top of spaghetti all covered with cheese. Yeah, on top of Old Smoky. I know there's a song about Smoky. I'm going to figure out what it is. Okay, lessons I learned as a kid. I am using a collection of manufacturer that was new to me. And I thought, it's kind of fun. I'll bring it in. We'll see what happens. Holy cow. It sold out right away. It is now back in stock. My reorder shipped yesterday from my distributor, so it will be back in stock next week. So I just went ahead and added it to the website since many of you are ordering. But it is this. It is called My Dear Friend 2. So apparently there was a My Dear Friend 1. I never saw it because I didn't know about this company. My Dear Friend 2. Washi tape. There's 2 different styles of washi tape. Die cuts, an 8x8 paper pack, and a 12x12 paper pack. So this is what I am using. I thought this would be fun for a list like this, right? Because as we look at some of the papers, I'll look at the 8x8s particularly, because that will be, I'll have less weight, I'll have less waste if I cut that down. What am I doing? Oh, whoops. I'll have less waste if I cut that down as opposed to a 12x12. But we'll see if an 8x8 will work. If not, I'll do a 12x12. Holy moly. I am not known for my patience, really. Okay, there we go. Why I struggled with that so much, opening a bag. All right, so what kind of really attracted me to this? There's all like these little kids and that little blonde girl. Now, you don't have to be blonde to use this collection. It would work for, anything. You have 3 sheets each. So 18 papers, 3 sheets each. And this would be with the, because this is brand new to me. I'm still learning it. The 8x8 paper packs have 18 sheets, 3 sheets each of double-sided papers. Your 12x12 paper packs have 12 papers. 12 papers. I think there's some dupes in there though. Anyhow, so let's look. There was one of these. That would be cute, kind of with that little thing right there, right? That little bunny. Really super cute. Those would be fun together. Even these little pieces, cut aparts. You have cute little old vintage animals. You have that cute little girl. So I could use a little girl die cut, or I could use that in there somewhere. So I think that is lots of fun B-sides. Ooh, this B-side is really fun, isn't that? So interesting. Let me think about how I might use this, because this will be a 2-page spread, I believe. Most often I do 2-page spreads these days. So if I used this, and if I cut this off here, then for my second spread, I don't know, let's just start cutting. We're just going to start cutting and see what we get. Move these guys out of the way. And I know I want to use this. Mama Driggs said this would be good for some old photos, like the black and white from my grandma's time. Yes, right? Classic art reminds me of old classic images from my childhood. Brenda said, I love the vintage look to this collection. Reminds me of my childhood. Kathy said, is this from a U.S. manufacturer? It is not. Japan. They are located in Japan. All right, so I don't need those pieces. All right, this is going to be 4 3/4 because when I am trimming my pages to use in my traveler's notebook, I trim to 4 3/4. That way it gives me a nice white border all the way around. I use standard wide traveler's notebook inserts, so they are 5 by 8 1/4. Those that I make are 5 by 8 1/4. That is standard wide, so that's why I'm using 4 3/4 by 8. Now, I have this. That could go there, but really I would lose a lot of that. This could go over here potentially. We could kind of see what that looked like. Let's just play here a little bit and see. Since we're working with an 8 by 8, we have some things that we can do with an 8 by 8 that we can't necessarily do with a 6 by 8 in terms of making patterns meet up or something like that. Let's see. Carrie said, I'm using the VersaFine Clair on top of rub-ons and I'm finding the ink isn't drying. Any tips? So my first tip, Carrie, would be to reverse it. Usually, so I should ask what type of rub-ons. Are you doing it with like irresistibles or are you doing it with just like say my rub-ons? I have to ask questions before I jump to a conclusion. All right, so we're going to trim this one to 7. Let's try 7. 7. Lisa asked a very good question. This is a very common question. She said, I've already placed an order, but now I'm eyeballing this collection. Would it be possible to add it to my current order? So here's the deal. You can't on your end add it to the same order. You can't do that on the same order. But normally I would say email me and I can add it for you. However, that collection will probably go pretty quickly again and I won't even be able to get to your email till tomorrow. So in this case, I would place a separate order. You will get charged for shipping on the second order, but when your orders are ready to ship, the team, so many people have multiple orders. They always, before they ship an order, check to see if you have multiple orders. If you have multiple orders, they pack them all together and then they refund all but one of the shipping charges. So that would be your best bet to do that. All right. So Carrie said, are you saying stamp first? So for me, that's what I do. I stamp first and then I would do my rub-on on top of it. But here's the thing. If you are using a pigment-based ink, so a VersaFine Clair or a Distress Oxide, those are the two that I use. If you're using a pigment-based ink, you want to let that fully dry. I mean, maybe like 15 or 20 minutes dry before you do the rub-on on top of it. It will still be, it'll to the touch feel dry, but if you start rubbing on that, you may end up with some kind of the ink kind of still being a little bit, I don't know if tacky is the right word, damp is the right word, but I would let it fully dry before I put a rub-on on top of it. And Carrie, because I know you're going to Little Craft Fest, if you are doing my how to make the most out of your stamps, that's actually one of the things we cover and play with in class. The name of the collection is called My Dear Friend. I think it's called My Dear Friend 2, like a one. Just search for My Dear Friend on the website and you'll find it. All right. So that usually ends up being around 7. And then, so what I'm doing over here, let's see. Oh, what did I do? I made that, sorry. If I'm trying to talk, sometimes if I am trying to talk, did I mean to do that? Hang on. If I'm trying to talk and work at the same time, sometimes it's very difficult. Okay, so it's like trying to talk and chew gum. What I'm thinking is, what if we did this? I would have to definitely cut this down more. So if I cut it about right here and then had my list this way, basically like that. But I don't think I would like that. I'm just trying to figure out a way if I can make that guy work. Let's do this. Let me just trim this back to what it needed to be. No, what the heck I did. Oh, I know why. That needs to be 8 inches tall. Needs to be 8 inches tall because my piece is 8 inches tall. I'm not trying to make a piece that goes on top of it. I promise you, I really know what I'm doing. I promise. Most of the time. All right, so this was what I was trying to get to. I was trying to get to this concept where I could use this here, I could use this here, I could use this here, but really only have maybe this much of it right here. And then my list could go right here. I don't know, let's look. Trial and error, we'll see. So I don't want to get rid of the bird. I really like the bird. The little bird's pretty cute. Trying to see which is the easier way to do that. Let's see with the bird. Oh yeah, we still have more we can do here. So if I do that at about 1.5, not quite, maybe 1 3/4, that will preserve the bird. It's all about preserving the bird. Because that's cute art, right? We don't want to get rid of that. So now, if we had this here, and we had this here, and then we had this here, this will end up kind of being decorative. Might do a title over here. We'll see. Maybe I stamp my title over here, and then I just write my little list there. I think it'll work. I think we're going to do it. We're going to make it work. So we're going to start out with, don't mind this. This is a fun card that I had for the kids at the wedding, and a couple times I printed it and it didn't print the way I needed it to. So the front side of it is still good. Before we do that though, I should have done this before. Round the corners. Put this here. Now I need to round these corners. So if I shortcut that, I would have adhered that to that and then rounded both corners once because they would have been adhered together. This reminds me of a, watch, you want to see what that reminds me of? This Traveler's Notebook. Carpe Diem one from way back in my days with Carpe Diem. But look at that. Check that out. Isn't that kind of fun? That same color with a little bit of text behind it. I knew that reminded me of something. I knew it looked familiar for some reason. All right. And then this little guy over here, we're going to round the corners. Mama Driggs, you have that one. Yeah, you know what? Someone emailed me the other day. I haven't emailed her back yet, but she is frantically looking for one of the Carpe Diem, the typewriter floral. And she's like, do you have any? And if not, do you have one in your personal stash that I could buy from you? And I think I do. I have a lot of Traveler's Notebooks. Probably going on 50 maybe. I mean, not my brand. I have 7 my brand, 7 Layle by Mail brand, but about 50 at least, I would say. At least 50. Oh, you want to see some of them? There's some of them. This is what I look at when I'm like right now. That's the opposite wall. So that's my view. It's nowhere near that clean right now, but there's a collection of some of my Traveler's Notebooks. All right. All right, all right. Hello, Dandy Creates. Vicky's back. Okay, so I think we're going to try, we're going to try. I'm not sure that I will like it, but we're just going to do it anyway. I think we might use Poe Alpha. I think if we go with those letters, those larger letters for Poe Alpha, to stamp my title over here. Lessons learned as a kid. All right. Gabby, if you remind me, all of you, anyone reminds me when I am done with this list, I will go find, I know they're here somewhere. I will go find a sneak peek for you of the new travel collection coming out in May. All right. So, lessons learned as a kid. Lessons learned as a kid. We'll see. Lessons, I mean, I'm going to just shortcut it. I don't need to say the lessons I learned when I was a child growing up in the 70s. I won't do all that. I need a stamping block to start. So, when it comes to stamping letters, I stamp them one at a time. So this will take a hot minute, but there is a reason why I do this. Well, there's really a reason why I do everything. It may not make sense, but there's always a reason. When you are, I'm gonna show you because I talk about this a lot, but I've never really shown you necessarily what I mean. When you are spelling something and you use a stamping block, you spell the entire word on a block. Something happens, and it's something happens that I am not fond of. And it's just me personally, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just personal preference. I don't like the way that it looks. So I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So I talk about this all the time, but if you've never seen it, it's sometimes hard to understand what I mean. So I'm going to spell the word kid. I am getting all three letters out, and I am putting them out on the stamping block. The B always confuses me. I always have to turn that around. Okay, that's kid. So I am going to ink this up. I'm not going to do it black just because the green will be easier to clean. So I'm stamping kid. Way easy because I can stamp a whole word just one time. But this is what happens when I do that. It's not going to be straight because I wasn't really trying to make it straight. There is a lot of space between each of those letters. There's nothing wrong with that. But that is, you can't prevent that from happening if you are doing this, if you're spelling the whole word on a block, because each one of your letters has a lot of extra, some letters more than others, like this little buffer, the extra material around the stamp. That adds stability to the stamp, so it makes it easier to stamp. However, what it does, when you're spelling a word, you get all that extra space. So nothing wrong with that, but for me personally, I like my letters to be much, much closer together. So that means I am going to stamp each letter individually, but then I get to control. Then I get to control why, or not control why, then I get to control how my stamped image looks, all right? So I can make it go pretty quick. Again, I'm right sizing my stamping block to my stamp. So when I start with the word lessons, let's come over here. Let me get my pencil board. Pencil board, a flat surface that I slide underneath my page to give me a flat surface to stamp on. Now, we may run into a little bit. No, I think we'll be okay. Depending on what's happened before, if I have a big old die cut right here in the center as I'm stamping, my page won't be even and it may cause a problem with my stamped impression. So if I put a pencil board underneath, it helps to prevent that. Now, I totally want to embrace this blue because I think it will help maybe tie it all together. So I'm thinking faded jeans for that. Let's see. Some of your ink colors, if you stick with, kind of one manufacturer, predominantly with your inks like I do with the Distress Oxides, you start to get to know the colors. So I'm thinking faded jeans. Stormy Sky, I think, might be a little bit too close. Faded jeans, I think, is going to work really well. It'll pull in with some of that blue and it maybe help this to stand out. Now, I'm not sure, right? What if I don't like this? Oh, Karen said she uses a pencil board for rub-ons too. That's a great idea. That is a great idea. So I am going to test this just a little bit because Terry knows, Terry will tell you. I sometimes think I want to stamp on something like this and then I'm like, oh yeah, I shouldn't have done it. So because I have that little extra piece, I can kind of try it out. So lessons, I'm going to start with a lowercase L. I'll just stamp a few here. Oh, we need faded jeans. I have a very broad assortment of Distress Oxides that I sell on the website, both the large size and then also the sets. So now Tim Holtz and Ranger last year came out with, oh, that's going to be perfect. I think I'm going to like that, right? We kind of get a feel for what that looks like. Usually I would never do this because I can't see when I do that, but we'll just, for speed, for speed, do that. I think I'm going to really like the way that title looks, so we're going with it. Anyhow, last year, Tim Holtz and Ranger introduced the mini inks in the Distress Oxides. Minis were not available in Distress Oxides, and those are now available. So those come in different sets of colors, and I have those on the website as well if you are looking to add to your collection of inks. I use oxides almost exclusively. Oxides or the VersaFine Clair for my black. Those are pigment-based inks. You hear me talk about inks a lot when I'm stamping. Pigment-based inks. I like the coverage of a pigment-based ink when I am stamping as opposed to a dye-based ink, like a Distress ink. Distress ink versus Distress Oxide. Distress ink is dye, oxide is pigment. Pigment to me gives a more solid coverage. It's a little bit more opaque. It's a little bit more, I call it a juicy ink. A dye-based ink doesn't quite give me that solid coverage that I'm looking for. Now, if you're doing mixed media, there are definite reasons why you want one versus the other, or sometimes both. I don't do mixed media, so I can't even tell you why. I don't know, because a pigment-based ink takes a little bit longer to dry. You can do some things with it. You can blend it a little bit more easily than you can a dye-based ink that dries pretty much immediately. If you want to know more about inks, especially if you're going to start investing in inks in different colors, there are 2 links in the description box of the video down below. One of them is talking about the difference in general between a dye-based ink or a pigment-based ink. A lot of times pigment-based inks are a hybrid ink, really. They're a hybrid between a dye and a pigment. But we'll explain all of those things to you, the differences, and then kind of what you can do with them. There is a second article there that is Tim Holtz, like showing you different projects. This is what it looks like when you have a pigment-based ink, and this is what happens when you have a dye-based ink. So basically when you use an oxide versus a distress. So they're very informative, linked in the description box of the video at the very end down below. Let's see, Mama Driggs said dye-based ink on silicone stamps sucks. And I don't use silicone stamps, so I don't know that. But really in general, with stamps, as with a lot of things in life, you get what you pay for. If you're finding a stamp that's 6x8 and you're paying $4 for it, it is definitely an inferior quality stamp. I don't know, unless you're buying at a garage sale or from a friend or something like that. But generally, stamps that are less expensive are made out of acrylic, a totally different manufacturing process than photopolymer, a different material. Photopolymer stamps are, in my opinion, the best. And mine are photopolymer. So you can find photopolymer stamps. And there's nothing wrong with cheap stamps, right? Sometimes there's a time and place for things in life that are less expensive. So nothing wrong with them. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking them. But performance-based, you will definitely notice a difference between an acrylic stamp versus a photopolymer stamp. And it sounds like, too, possibly a silicone stamp. Red rubber stamps are awesome. Red rubber stamps really take ink well, but they take up a lot of storage because a lot of times they're on wooden blocks. All right, so let's keep going. Yes, I think it's time for another prize, right? Wanda said, does ink get old? I think so. I think with a lot of your supplies, if things get old, they don't work as well. Like if you have baking soda and it gets old, it doesn't really work as well as it should. All right, our next prize. Let's do this. Let's do 2 right now. Should we do 2 right now? Let's do 2 stamps. We are going to do, and they're different winners. We are going to do a Days of the Week stamp set. Days of the Week stamp set. I don't have Saturday out. Of course I don't. I don't have Saturday out, but they look like this. But they're Saturday, all right? Wednesday, Sunday, the Days of the Week stamp sets all look like this. But they're specific to the day of the week. The nice thing about having a consistent design across a theme like this, that your Days of the Week, it really helps you pull different types of projects together and make them look cohesive, even if you're using totally different product. I'm going to show you an example of that. The second prize, you'll also kind of see an example of here, so I might as well mention that one right now too. The second prize is the month of the year stamp, March. I also don't happen to have March out here either, so I will show you like February and April. So the month by month stamps, there are 12. You can buy them in a bundle or buy them each month a la carte. But again, the nice thing about having a consistent design is that you can use the different stamps across different projects or on the same project and still have a lot of continuity. All right, so an example of that is how I have used them in my memory planner. This is actually the sticker book. So there is a month by month sticker book, same design, but in stickers instead of stamp. And then as we get going, so I've used Friday, the day of the week here. Totally different product than I use January, the month of the year here. But it lends some consistency from one week to the next. That Friday, that January. Here I have used 2 different stamps. I've used I started out with the texture stamped textures first, and then on top of it, stamped the days of the week stamps. So even though my weeks have totally different things going on, even though I am using different product from week to week, doing something like that lends a consistency from week to week. Even this guy, that is from the month by month sticker book. That 02 February is, I had February here, didn't I? I don't know. Oh, well, this will show you. Here we go. 02 February is also on that stamp set, but that's from the sticker book. So I'm just giving you some ideas. On the website, there's tons of projects with all of those stamps that I have done, that the design team has done, to give you ideas on how you might use them. So the two that I'm doing, we are doing March, the month of March, because it's March. And then we're also doing Saturday, because today is Saturday. So we'll have two different winners. If you do not win one of these, don't be sad, you can buy it. But you also have a chance in the after party prizes to win those, both from last night and this morning. So you leave a comment on those videos once they're over. So let's start out first with the Saturday Day of the Week stamp. Saturday Day of the Week stamp is going to Retro RX, aka Serenity. There we go, Serenity. Congratulations. Now, Serenity, I'm just writing Serenity. Serenity. I'm assuming this is Canadian Serenity, correct? If not, please, either way, but I'm assuming it's Canadian Serenity. Please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner Saturday stamp. I happen to know that Serenity already has an order in. If this is a Serenity, I think it is, I'll just add it to her order. But Serenity, if it's you, please still shoot me an email, because I will never remember to do that. Shoot me an email and I will add it to your order. If it's not that Serenity and you've already placed an order, let me know and I'll add it. And if not, the team will get your prize shipped in about 2 weeks. It's going to take the team about 2 weeks to get through all of the orders, because there are a lot from this weekend. So congratulations, Serenity. Joanne, I will answer that question. I did just see something. I believe that the month by month sticker book is sold out. It is already being reprinted. Hopefully within the next month, it will be back in stock. Possibly earlier. It just has to get here from overseas. So if you've been waiting for that, or if you were hoping to get that sticker book and it's sold out, go on the website to that product, click the button that says email me when available. As soon as they're back in stock, that process is automatic. You'll be automatically emailed, requires no human intervention. Someone was asking about that stamp is Poe Alpha Large. So we are using Poe Alpha on this stamps on this list for my letters, but this is Poe Alpha Large, right? That's what those letters are. So if that was the question you were asking, great. If not, please ask me again and I will tell you. Yeah, Poe Alpha Large is a fun one. Poe, incidentally, is one of our last cats was Poe. So yes, named after our pets. All right. Man, I got sidetracked there, didn't I? But you know what? I think you guys are always good if we sidetrack for a prize. I mean, I don't know. If you don't want me to sidetrack for a prize, I won't. But I think most people are okay with that. All right. Let's do our little outlining. And this is something I've been doing, 20 some odd years. Things look naked to me if I don't do it. So this will also help to tie that left page in with the right page by giving it a border all the way around. What also kind of works with this is those clouds are outlined, right? So now that kind of ties it all together. We have outlined clouds. What we might do is we might just do this. The little birdie's envelope, we are going to outline too. So now we kind of bring a little bit of that look over here. Okay, we need to do our stamping. And this is gonna just take a minute, so just know, it'll just take a minute. I need to figure out where to start. So I also, even though I kind of have some lines here, I'm actually probably okay when I first start. But if I start here, if I start right there, that would be lessons. And then down here, I'd probably have about learned. And then and then kid. So I think I actually want to start lower, right? So if you take a little bit of time to think things out, plan things out before you start, then you'll be happy. So if we have that, so basically this is taking me about basically 2 full boxes, right? So if I start here and I do 2 full boxes and then I skip a space, and then I'd have, where's my pencil? So this is there, 2 full boxes, skip a space, 2 full boxes. This would be my next one, right? Oh no, it wouldn't. Yeah, it would. Right? And then, okay, hang on, my brain's not working. So in between each one, I have 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, and we'd have a line right here. And then we'd go 1, 2, 3, and we'd have a line right here. So basically what that's going to give me is, if I start here. So my title is Lessons Learned as a Kid. So now what that tells me is I actually probably want to make a little bit more space in between each one. So I'm going to make 2 between each. 1, 2, and then we'll go 1, 2, 3. No. Oh my gosh, you guys. 1, 2, and then 2. And then 1, 2, and then 2. And then 1, 2, and then 2. Does that do it? Lessons learned as a kid. So that is going to kind of give me a little bit. I need to find something to go up there. Let's see if we can have a die cut to go up there. Just to kind of fill in that a little bit. And then I think I'll be fine with how I ended here. Let's look for the little die cuts in this package. I think there was a little girl. Oh yes, there's a little girl that I saw. I'm in the zone, right? Oh my gosh. Yes, sorry friends. There's the month by month March stamp set. Oh, heavens to Betsy. You guys got to keep me on track. That one goes to One Crafty Bee Creations. Is that Kyla? Do I see your cute little face there, Kyla? I think. Right? Is that? It's really small. I think it is. One Crafty Bee Creations. Please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, put winner March. And I will know what that means. And then in the body of the email, please give me your mailing address. One Crafty Bee Creations. If you have already placed an order, let me know. I can add it to your order. Otherwise, we will ship that in about 2 weeks when the team is caught up. Thank you, thank you. Congratulations. And guess what? I know you guys are all yelling at the screens. And sometimes I get in a zone and I totally miss it, right? Totally miss it. So apologies for that. Apologies for that. Does anyone, that's funny, Dandy creates a, does anyone see my name on that list? LOL, my eyes rolled. Not yet. That does leave 1, 2, 3, 4. That leaves 4 more prizes for today's live listing session. And then 10 for after party. After party, you leave a comment on the video when it's over, not in the chat when it's over. And then there's more chances to win. These bags are not my friend. I don't know. These bags, for some reason, are really difficult to open. So just know that. All right, what do we have? Ooh, that's kind of cute. I would like that there. And then I think I need our little girl. This would work. This little girl could maybe go down here. Or there's so many cute pieces here. But I really feel like I need that little blonde girl. I feel like she was meant for me. Where'd she go? Of course, she's the second to the last one. All right, I feel like she needs to go here. So if she goes, yeah, she just needs to go here. What I'm not a huge fan of right here is this. I don't really like these two right there. So what if she comes up here? No, she doesn't really work there. If she goes there, yeah, so, I mean, she could go up here, but then she looks like she's just floating up in the air. So I think she's just going to have to go here. I'll just have to get over it. And again, some of you might be like, well, what's the problem? I don't like that these are both next to each other, but it is what it is. I know I need to add something here because I need that visual triangle, right? We talk about visual triangle. We need something up here to create that triangle that draws our eye from here to here over to here. That's our visual triangle. So I think we might be able to make, I don't know, maybe something like this work up here above my title. We'll probably wait for that until we get our title then, because it could even be something like that. Maybe it's that. So if she comes up closer to the bird, now I feel like she needs to be grounded, because she's not in trouble, but I want to ground her, because they're exactly what Tracy's Treasures is saying. She's got little flat feet, so it feels like she needs to be grounded at the bottom. There's usually, and when I do my lives like this, I try to tell you why I make decisions, why I do something or I don't do something. Because if I was watching, I would want to know. I'd be like, wait a minute, why didn't you put that there? I mean, you're the boss of you. There's no rules, right? There are no rules in crafting, in art. No rules in art. You do what you want to do. It's your creation. But I like to try to explain sometimes why I do the things I do, or why I don't want to do something. Why I might choose to do something different. But I bet that guy's going to end up there. Okay, so lessons learned. I've been getting ready to stamp this, I don't know, for about an hour, it seems like, huh? Probably close to an hour. All right. Mama Driggs said, I like that she softens the edge of the blue, right? So she kind of softens that edge right there. And sometimes you just got to grab your stuff and start playing with it and move it around until, you can always wait. You can wait to adhere anything. And if you have a couple of different pieces and you want to see how they work together, you could always use something like your highlighter tape to kind of set them in place. Oh, that's going to be very fun there, for sure. Lessons now. I'm going to clean off the L, but I'm going to put it right down here because I will use it again on learned. And now I've got my little E. And I'm purposefully going to make these a little skiwampus, so they're not all lining up on that line. Oh, look it! What? Look. Joanne said, I like her handing the letter to the bird. She kind of is, because look, she's handing the letter, and then it's like the bird has the letter. This is a carrier pigeon, but it's not a pigeon. All right, now I'm going to do something here. I have two S's. In Poe Alpha, the Poe Alpha stamp set that I'm using. This is a 6x8 stamp, but you have a lot of things going on here. You have upper and lower case with your small letters, and then you also have upper and lower case with your large letters. So you get a kind of a big bang for your buck with that stamp set. I sometimes, actually, I'm going to do this one first now that I see that. Sometimes I like to mix cases. And what I mean by this, I have all lowercase, and now I'm going to mix in an uppercase. I'm just going to throw that in there. That just kind of gives a little bit of a whimsical look to it when you mix cases like that. So if you have stamps that are mixed case, upper and lower, then play with that a little bit. There's no rules. You get to decide what you want to do. And now we'll go in with our little one. Lessons learned. So Joanne made a comment about this. This is a really cheap, inexpensive acrylic frame. Tabitha told us about that during one of our listing sessions. She said, I had said something like, I wish I had like a little magnetic thing that I could use, but with my stamps instead of metal, that I could put my stamps on when I am stamping. And she's like, oh, easy. I always just use one of those cheap little acrylic frames like from the dollar store. So, ooh, now this is going to be interesting. I made a rookie mistake here. I know better. I should have started at the end and went backwards. Because if you start at the end and go backwards, spell backwards, stamp backwards, you know that you're not going to run out of room. I'm going to start to get a little squished here. But that's okay. They'll just be friends. They can be squished friends. Lessons. Oopsie. Whoopsie. I can't even fix that other than saying they're squished, right? Oh, did I put my S away? I did. Why did I do that? Oh, okay. So I could have predicted that if I was paying attention. What just happened here? Let's talk about what just happened. It did not stamp all the way. The reason it didn't stamp all the way, look at where my pencil board is. My pencil board, was not all the way in. And so it's stamped partially on the pencil board, but then where the pencil board wasn't, it had no support. Had no support. It's like when you don't wear a bra, right? Had no support there. So it just kind of went off the rails. Now, I'm not going to let that bug me because there is a way that I can fix that. I am not going to try to restamp it. That is very difficult to do, to restamp and get it in the exact same place. I am going to grab I can do this because I have this, but we'll talk about some other options if you don't have this. I have the watercolor pencils in the same color palette. So I am looking for Faded Jeans, and I am going to draw that in. If I didn't have the watercolor pencils in the same color, and I just use these as colored pencils, I don't use them with watercolor, just because that's not me. That's Broken China. Where is... What did I just do? I grabbed the wrong one. How did I do that? Oh my goodness. What did I do, friends? How did I... Oh, it's this one. Duh. I'm like, wait, why isn't it in there? Faded Jeans. Come on. I've got blue fingers. Faded Jeans. Okay, here we go. So I am going to just kind of draw that in. If I didn't have this colored pencil that was the same color, and I have other colored pencils, I could try to find another colored pencil that was close, right? Or if I didn't want to do that, or I didn't have another colored pencil that was close, let me just do this. We'll just take a look at a before and after. So there's the before. And I'm just going to come in here. It won't be exact. It should be closer than that, though. Yeah, I'm not really happy with that match there. Well, it's fine. Okay, so I fixed it-ish. It's not quite the right color, though, so I don't know. If that bugs me later, I'll try to fix it with a different color. If I didn't have that, this is what I would do. I would grab a little pipette. In this case, I would use a pipette. Sometimes, depending on what it is, I might use a very small, fine paintbrush. If it's a larger surface area, I will use a Q-tip. But basically what I'm going to do is pick up some ink. I would pick up some ink, and this is just little, I don't even know what they're called, little pipette. It's one use, right? Disposable, because I color that in. I'm picking up the ink from there. And this is probably what I should have done in the first place. I could try to just come in and basically fill that in. Actually, that was going to work pretty well. Now, it's not perfect, but you know what? It's better, in my opinion, than having it partially. It's kind of it's got a little fat tummy on its little part right there. All right, so I can usually fix something like that. If I couldn't, you know what I would do? I would come to this piece that I had, and I would stamp an S, and I would cut it out, and I'd put it right there, and no one would notice. Okay, so we make mistakes. We all make mistakes, but there's usually a way that you can fix them. I would use a Q-tip if I was using maybe a larger stamp like this. Like, let's say if I was stamping the 3 and all my ink didn't go there, then I'd pick up a little bit of ink on the Q-tip and just paint it in. That is not yellow. It's yellow. Well, if you can see, it's kind of got a yellow tint to it because I stamped yellow. Yellow seems to kind of stain your polymer a little bit, that pigment. It won't affect your stamp, but it tends to kind of discolor it a little bit. All right. Oh, I could have. Stargazer said, I know. I don't even know what that's called. Every time I use that, there's so many questions. I just need to put them on the website. I've got like a gazillion of them. I just need to put them on the website for like $1 a pack, or $1 for 10 or something. I don't know. I will do my best to do that at some point soon, because I don't even know what they're called. No, there's lots of questions about them. Yeah, orange sometimes too. It's the pigment it's the pigment, right? Like if you think of saffron, if you've ever cooked with saffron, that little orange spice, that really stains things, especially Tupperware. Okay, let me just get these little guys put away. And I searched for a solution. If you have any of the Tim Holtz or Ranger organizing tins, they don't tend to stay closed very well. And so I found these like large rubber bands. Those are on the website, those large rubber bands. Okay, so here we go, lessons. Here's a lesson. We learned 2 lessons here, right? Number 1, we should start spelling backwards, so we make sure we have enough room. Number 2, we need to make sure that our little pencil board is well under where it needs to be, all right? Okay, so now lessons learned. We're gonna start with the D. That's one of our lessons we learned. Let me just show you very quickly, now that we've looked at the 2 different ways to stamp a word. That is why when you see lessons, now you know why I stamp all of my letters individually. Because look how nice and tight that word is as opposed to kid. And it's just a personal preference, right? That I lined all up with on the same block, stamped 1 time, and then I stamped each of those letters individually. A visual representation of why I do what I do. Okay, kid. Not kid, learned. Always have to make sure that my D is a B and B is a D, because your brain gets confused, because when you look at it that way, it's, something different, right? Oh, guess what I didn't do? Oh, I was able to recover. I just kind of rolled it a little bit. Lessons learned. Okay. The other thing, that when I am spelling backwards, trust me on this one, even if you don't have blonde hair, trust me, if you are spelling backwards, it is a good idea to spell your word. So you can go, oh, the E's next. I mean, we all know how to spell learned, learned. We know how to spell learned, but it's just easy to do that. Oh, okay, the E's next. Lessons learned as a kid. So, what lessons did what's a lesson you learned when you were a kid? What's a lesson? It can be very profound. It could be very basic, like don't touch the hot stove. But it could be don't touch the hot stove because one time you did touch the hot stove and you have a scar the size of Texas on your hand from when you did that. N. I think we might do uppercase N. We'll mix our case here. Like pleading our case, but we're mixing our case. And then an R. Generally, if I am mixing my case, I won't do 2 uppercase next to each other. They're just more kind of a little accent. And that's just me. And then we have an R. R. Let's see what we're saying. Patience. Mimi learned patience as a kid. Bad news doesn't get better with time. Oh, and you know what? Here's the thing, is that if that's a lesson you learned as a kid, that's a hard one, right? That's a hard lesson to learn. As an adult, that's hard. Definitely as a kid, that's hard. If your friend jumps off the bridge, are you going to jump too? Debbie Flanagan, that sounds like an interesting story, doesn't it? If your friend jumps off the bridge, are you going to jump too? Linda, the importance of sharing, yes. Oh, Ms. L, don't touch the hot iron with your full open hand. Yeah, right? Probably, yeah. Sounds like you experienced that. Diane said, when I was a kid, my grandfather told me to always put things back where they belong. Shut the door. Were you born in a barn? Yeah, right? Yep. And that's how, here's the thing. We probably say things like that to our kids today, but we probably don't use that same reference, the barn. I don't know if our kids really get the born in the barn thing. I don't know. Were you born in I don't know what I say. It's just shut the door. Nick always says, or he always used to say when the kids were here, when they were little, shut the door. We're not going to air condition all of Sandy. At one point we lived in Sandy. That was the name of the city. And that was his thing. Shut the door. We don't want to air condition the world, you know. If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's a duck. Yeah, and you know what? Some of us learn that as an adult. Basically, people show you their true selves. Believe it when they do, because it's a duck. The coiled burners are still hot, even when they are black. After rested my arm on one. Oh, cups of cozy chaos of being thankful for everything. Actions speak louder than words. They absolutely do. Sarah said, I feel like this list is therapy. So you know what, Sarah? Sometimes a lot of this is therapy for all of us, even me, right? Sometimes the things that we talk about, it's therapeutic, right? We can be crafty and therapeutic at the same time. We can be crafty and get therapy at the same time. L-E-A. Okay, I think I feel like we need one more uppercase in there. We're gonna put the E in there as an uppercase. Now, if you don't use stamps and you like to use letter stickers, here is a tip. When you start to run out of your lowercase, mixing cases now becomes more of a necessity, right? Than kind of a design element. Might be a necessity because you're out of your lowercase or you're out of your uppercase. So absolutely okay to mix upper and lowercase. L, here we go, L. Wanda learned 30 days, half September, April, June, and November. All the rest of 31, and then the rhyme falls off then, except February, right? And then some of us learned Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Those are the colors of the rainbow. Now that's interesting. Okay, in hindsight, I would not have done that because now it just looks like earned. I would not have used the uppercase E if I was going to do it again. But you know what? That's okay. Lessons learned as a kid. We're just about done with our title. I know this is like watching paint dry, but I showed you there's a reason I do it. Because I very much like the look of them close together. Especially if you didn't have them close together on a long word like lessons are learned, it'd be like out to here, which wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, but all right, we need an S. As a child, as a kid, as a money doesn't grow on trees. Absolutely. Diane said, every time my college son walks out the door, make good choices. Make good choices. Yes. We always used to say, don't do anything that you wouldn't want Grandma C to know about. So if you don't want your grandma to know that you did it, maybe you should rethink it, right? Lessons learned as a kid. Okay, we're just about done here. Just about done. I love that you guys are sharing. I like when you share. Sharing is caring. That was perfect timing. Yes, sharing is caring. We learned that as a kid. Carrie, adults don't know everything, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I was taught to always respect adults. You respect adults. You respect teachers. You respect policemen. You respect people in just, positions of power. That's just, you automatically respect them. That's how I was raised. So I feel like, I definitely shared that with our kids as our kids got older. They beg to differ in a couple of things, especially Jack. Jack's very smart. He is very philosophical, our older son. So he would be like, why should I give a teacher respect if they've done nothing to earn my respect? And you're like, oh, okay, well, yeah-ish. I kind of get that. Or also he's like, you know what? Not all police are good police. And I'm like, well, yeah. And he's like, sometimes people have to earn it. And then I just can't have the conversation with him anymore. I'm like, this is getting too philosophical. So yes. But yeah, with my parents especially, my dad was a Navy fighter pilot. He was raised that you show respect to your elders, but also because he was in the military, that is very much ingrained in the military. That there's that whole hierarchy and that, you just respect people above you. Yeah, Dandy, when people show true colors, believe them. Yeah, right? And sometimes, guess what? We really don't want to. We think people are going to change. Sometimes people change and sometimes they don't. But generally when they show you your true colors, the other one, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? That's a big one. And I love, if you've ever seen the clip of George Bush when he was president, he was attempting to say that, and he said, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, twice and again. Fool me." I mean, he totally bungled it. Whatever, but it's funny. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you showed me your true colors. Fool me twice, shame on me. You still have to follow the rules. Oh my gosh. So then I read something like, I spit them in my napkin and then flush them down the toilet. Virginia, never use first names. Miss Virginia. Well, parents, right? You would always say like Mrs. Concar. You wouldn't say Layle. Although that was different with our kids. I think that kind of was in my generation. I don't really remember. But anyhow. Someone said that's another list, things that have phased out with technology. Yes, we did. We did a list kind of like that. I don't quite remember what we called it, but it had to do with technology that basically, you'd say to kids, fax machine or dial the phone or roll up the window. People younger generation has no clue what any of that means, right? Do we like that there? I feel like, we know it needs something, right? We talked about our visual triangle. We can see it needs something there. That just looks, especially because it's centered on the page, that also looks like it needs something. But when you look at that, we definitely need something here. And I think based on what I have, I think that's probably going to work. So what if that goes there? Do we do a little bit of sunshine poking out? I like it. And we're going to put a word strip here because it looks to me like something's missing. And what I always say, if it looks like something's missing, the answer is a word strip. So let's get these two guys down. And then we'll just about be ready to write our list of the things I learned as a kid. Now, obviously I learned a lot more than this, but, well, hopefully I learned more than what's on my list. For some of you, you feel like, oh my gosh, this could be a whole Traveler's Notebook insert. If you have little kids, little grandkids, little nieces and nephews, maybe you're a school teacher and you teach kindergarten. Remember that show, Kids Say the Wildest Things? I used to keep a notebook when our kids were little of the funny things that they would say. That would be a really fun Traveler's Notebook to do, or a list of the funny things that your kids or grandkids or, things you remember saying as a kid that were funny. I wish I had been better at keeping up with that because there were some fun, it's hard to remember them now, but sure some fun things that kids say. Kids say the darndest things. I think that was another one too. Oh, interesting. If anyone was 20 years or older, I called them Miss or Mr. and their first name. Miss Layle, Mr. Nick. Kids say the darndest things. There we go. Yes, I know, Steph. So, right? It's done. You're right, because it looks like it's lessons I earned. And that's when I said, if I had done it again, I would not have used the uppercase either. I would not have mixed that case in because it definitely looks, now, like you said, it could be lessons I earned as a kid. Some of us had to earn our lessons. Thank you, Colleen. I caught it. It is angel time, 12:34. Then I'm going to eat a skinny person. You guys are hilarious. I have no clue what you're talking about, but it's got to be something fun. Oh, I love that. Carrie said, when my kids were little, our daycare lady would give me a pack of pictures and the funny things that the kids said throughout the month. That's so good. Art link letter. Oh my gosh, now we're really dating ourselves, aren't we? All right, so we are done using these stamps. So I'm going to put these away, and I am going to search out a word strip sticker. So you're going to see how a word strip sticker is going to make a world of difference right here. So let's grab, actually, you know what I might be able to grab? On the floor, let me just turn 180 degrees and see. Let's look. I have word strip stickers from the Winter Spring Season Pass. So I think I don't want to do, I think I just want a white. I don't think I want to try to bring that blue in because it's not quite right. Although there might be, well, this could be, try something new. I mean, that could be a lesson you learned as a kid, right? Don't poo-poo the food if you haven't tried it. Try something new. That could go there, right? Sure. So that just kind of filled in that blank space. Your word strip stickers was season pass because I pulled those from season pass. They are a mix of things that pertain to the particular month or season, like Be My Valentine, Kiss Me. And then there's also a mixture of lots of generic things like My Happy List. Here's the story. Little Moments Matter. Try something new. Okay. So now we are ready for our list over here. We need a bullet stamp. Let me look. How many things are on my list? Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I could maybe, do you think we could use numbers there to number them? I think we might be able to. Let's just see, because we're just going to have to do it. We're just going to have to commit and go. So let's try. I don't often do a numbered list like that. I usually do bulleted lists, but we'll see. We shall see. Gosh, those bags are horrible. Those bags, and it's this particular company. Those bags are not good. They're really thin, and so it's really difficult to get them open and then closed again. They're super thin. So I'm just doing this. Take this out. Will it fit in there? Yeah. Putting them in this little Velcro envelope. Perfect. Okay. Not fighting with you anymore. On the floor they go. All right. So, numbers. Let's find some numbers. Do I have? Did that have numbers? Oh, I remember now. We couldn't fit numbers on there. So, where's the Poe numbers? Golly. Let me look and see if I can find Poe numbers, because I think Poe numbers was a separate stamp set that we did. Let me look behind me. And if I put it away, this room is in dire need. My back is to you, so that's why you can't hear me. This room is in dire need of organization. Come on. And you know what I would do? This is what I would do. If the warehouse was still here, not the warehouse, if all the product was still in my basement, I would run downstairs and just grab a new set, and I would use it, and then I'd give it away, because I wouldn't be able to find my other one. I don't even know. Is there a Poe numbers? Becky, are you still here? Did we do a Poe numbers? Let's have a hydration break. Did we do a Poe numbers? I feel like we did. Sometimes I don't put things away. Oh, yes! Poe numbers! Yes! So glad. So glad. I thought that we had. So, Poe numbers. Poe numbers is a 4x6 stamp set, and it has the numbers for all 3 sizes of Poe. So the little guys, the medium guys, like baby bear, mama bear, papa bear. So those go with Poe alpha large. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes. If you have not given the video a thumbs up, I would sure appreciate it if you did. That'd be lovely. A like or a thumbs up would be swell. All right, so what did I say? I had 7, right? So I think I can probably use this size instead of the little ones. So let's do it. We're doing it. These, I can tell, I have not used these before. So we need to step back and do something. Your stamps are not necessarily, I'll explain what I'm doing as I do this, but your stamps are not necessarily ready to be used right out of the package. We started changing the back of our packaging on our stamps maybe a year ago, so it just depends on when the stamp was released, but eventually this will be on the back of all the packaging. And I did not know this. When I first started stamping, I did not know that you needed to prime or condition your stamps before you use them. The reason for that is that through the manufacturing process, and I know this is how it is for photopolymer stamps. I don't know how this is the case for acrylic stamps because I don't make acrylic stamps. But as part of the process, we're going to pretend like we're baking muffins. All right, we're baking muffins, and usually if we are pouring the batter into the muffin tin, we're not using a like cupcake liner. We're pouring the batter into the muffin tin. We would never do that. What would happen if we did? We'd pull it out of the oven, and that muffin would stick, and it would not come out of the muffin tin easily. Your photopolymer stamps are made kind of the same way. They're pouring the material into the mold, and so that the material doesn't stick, they add a little coating into the mold. So we're going to think of it like Pam. It's not Pam, but it could be like Pam, so that if we're making muffins, we might get the spray Pam out, we might spray it in all the cups, pour our muffin batter in so that they release easily when we make them. Same thing with your photopolymer stamps. Your photopolymer stamps have a little bit of a residue on them through the manufacturing process. And if you have ever opened a brand new pair of stamps, set of stamps, inked them up and started stamping, and you're like, ooh, that doesn't look right. It's not very complete. Is maybe the best word that I can use to describe that. Or I can show you. Your stamps need to be primed or conditioned before you use them. They should be. There are a couple of different ways to do that. There is a free class here on my YouTube video. There, depending on the age of your stamp, there is a QR code on the back of the packaging that you can scan for a free class where I walk through all of this. So, the way I like to do it is what I just used, a white rubber eraser, where I'm gently just kind of erasing on the top of that. So I'm going to stop there for a minute. I still need to do something, but I'm going to show you. This is, if we look at these 5s, I did not primer condition the stamps before I used them. So first time, I stamped the 5. I inked it up and stamped it. And do you see there's this kind of spotty, it's kind of splotchy. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. And if you're good with that, then you're good with it. But I like a really nice stamped impression. So I inked it up again. Interestingly enough, after I inked it up again, this part is a little bit better, but it now up here, it's more splotchy, and it wasn't before. So I inked it up again. Now the whole stamp is stamping splotchy. Inked it up a 4th time, and now it was nice and solid, all right? So that is one of the ways that you can primer condition your stamp, is basically just start stamping. But if you start stamping, I would recommend that you do that on a scratch paper until kind of any of that residue is completely gone and you get that nice, even stamped impression that you are looking for, at least for me. Another way is to do this. Take your eraser like I did. You don't have to create a lot of eraser tailings. You know, when you were in 3rd grade and you erase your spelling word because you spelled it wrong and you wanted to get an 100% on the test, and you'd erase so hard it would make all the little eraser tailings. You don't really need that. We're not trying to, completely, we're just lightly going over the edge or over the top, and that gets rid of that. Once you do that though, you want to make sure that you clean that off. So I'm just using my stamp chamois to clean that off. Last part of the process is equally as important. If you're going to use that right away, you want to make sure to dry it, especially if you're then going to ink up with a pigment-based ink. Remember, pigment-based inks are water reactive. So if there's any dampness or moisture on your stamp after you primed it and cleaned it, that water is going to react with your ink, and it is going to do something that you probably don't want it to do unless you're doing mixed media and you want it to do whatever you want it to do if you're doing it. Usually it's not what I want. So those are now ready to go. And when I get a new stamp set, I do the whole entire set before I even use one number. If I'm only going to use a 1, I still do the whole stamp set because then I know it's been done. Another way, and some people will do this, they will take, for example, let's take our number 1, and they will put it on a stamping block or not. They might just do this without the stamping block. I'm going to put it on my stamping block because it needs to go there. Oh, I had already used that. They do this on their arm. Now, for me, that's not what I do, because if I'm doing this, it's good. I'm transferring my the residue onto my arm, but I'm at the same time picking up, I don't know, lotion, maybe some dry skin, whatever. So then I still have to go through the process. I have to then come in and clean whatever I just transferred on there off. And then I also need to dry it again. So 3 different ways that I just kind of talked about: inking, erasing, and then arming. But there's a video where I kind of go through that a little bit more, a free class here on my channel. All right, I don't know what I just did with my drying rag. So let's start with number 1. That's interesting. It looks kind of like our L in learned. Number 1. Number 1. One of the lessons I learned when I was very little was it's a really good idea to use 2 hands when you're riding a bike. Use 2 hands when you're riding a bike. I learned the hard way that if you are living in Japan on base, naval base, and there are older kids that live in the neighborhood, I think we lived in like condos or something like that, because I remember a big parking lot, and I definitely remember a big tall pole because the older kids, I was probably 5. We lived there when I was 4, 5, and 6. So maybe I was 5 or 6. I was riding my bike, and the older kids were riding their bike with no hands. They weren't holding onto the handlebars. And I thought, I'm going to do that. And I did it, and I promptly ran into a phone pole and knocked my 2 front teeth out. So I learned a lesson. Always use 2 hands when you're riding a bike. That has given me PTSD anytime I get on a bike. Even now, if it's even an e-bike, it takes me like 5 minutes before I feel comfortable on a bike. I still have kind of PTSD from that. So Maureen said, I find it very difficult to stamp with solid stamps, such as the currently stamp, without getting blotches. So, couple things. Number 1, Maureen, are you standing when you're stamping, or are you sitting? Are you standing or are you sitting? Stamping is all about leverage and range of motion. So if you are standing, you have much more leverage and range of motion than when you are sitting. Some of you know this about me. These are your little T-Rex arms when you're sitting. You don't have as much range of motion. So stand, you get much more leverage, range of motion. Maureen said she does stand. All right, next thing. You want to make sure that you completely ink up. So she's talking about, let me see. Let's just pretend. Well, no. Let me look. It is a longer or wider stamp. So let's just pretend it's something like this, right? A little bit of a longer stamp. So she's saying, I think, are you having problems maybe a little bit in the center, Maureen, or is it everywhere? And we're talking this through because I think a lot of people have problems like this when they're stamping. So number 1, stand. Number 2, make sure your stamp is fully cleaned. Make sure you get a lot of ink on your stamp. Sometimes you'll see me stamp or ink. I'm trying to make sure that I get plenty of ink on my stamp. Sometimes I'll even turn it over and look and kind of give it a once over and make sure I can see that there's enough ink. Next thing, when it comes to a wider stamp like this, in my opinion, stamping block makes a huge difference. So I could put it on a stamping block like that, or I could put it on a stamping block like this. So you hear me say right size your stamping block to your stamp. I have a lot more control over this guy because it's similar in size to then if I do it here. Now I can still do it here. This will work. However, there's a lot of extra material here that I have to hold on to try to make sure I get a nice, good, even impression. When I'm stamping, when you have something that's longer like that, you want to make sure that you are, I won't really do this, but we'll just kind of go like this. Make sure it's well inked and also well inked in the center. And then as you are stamping, apply pressure. Sometimes you'll see me do this, or I move my fingers, and I'm actually moving my fingers into the center of that stamp. So I want to make sure it's easy to get the kind of pressure on the ends, but when you're holding it like that, if you're getting the pressure on the ends, sometimes you don't have the pressure in the center. So make sure to get your pressure in the center as well. And then just maybe that last one. Make sure you're all across. I won't say never, but I rarely have a problem when I'm stamping with a word that's long. So maybe try some of those things. And if those aren't working, I guess my last question would be, is the type of ink. Are you using a dye-based ink or a pigment-based ink? As you guys know, I use pigment-based ink. I use distress oxides because I like the coverage it gets. Sometimes in a dye-based ink, especially with a longer stamp, if you're not getting enough pressure in the center, you really don't get enough, kind of pressure in the center. You're not getting enough ink there. So hopefully that was helpful. Some people, and my friend, the Resav, their salve, remember last night? Their salve 2479, my blonde hair shone so brightly last night. Because she happened to win last night. And I'm like, I don't understand your name, their salve. I'm sure there's a meaning behind it, their salve. It was Teresa. It was Teresa V, their salve. So their salve, formerly known as Teresa V, their salve suggested some people will stamp with a foam, like a foam mat underneath, like someone said, I think an old, like close to my heart foam mat. Sometimes if you put a foam mat underneath, that will help as well. Their salve. Oh my gosh, we got such a kick out of that last night. It was a hoot. But it was late too. It was really late. So Laura just asked a very interesting question. And Laura, I thought the exact same thing. She said, is that Pretty Little Studio? So this collection is not from Pretty Little Studio. This collection is from a company called, who is it? It's a Japanese company. It is, Memory Place. Now, I think the reason why it looks similar to Pretty Little Studio is that all of this art is public art. So it is public art that is available. It's public domain. It's old enough that anyone could use it. So what I think has happened, I think that Pretty Little Studio has in the past used this art, and Memory Place is using this art. Because when I saw it, I thought the exact same thing. I thought, this looks a lot like Pretty Little Studio. So I think part of it is, definitely I think part of it is that old vintage art. In some cases, it could be the exact same thing. All right, so the second thing on my list, when to use I and when to use me in a sentence. When to use I versus me in a sentence. Thank you to my Grandma Marie. She beat that into my head when I was young. If I would say something that was not grammatically correct or was grammatically incorrect, she would say, what? And I would say it again. Me and Lainey went to the store, and she'd say, what? And I'd say, me and Lainey went to the store, and she'd say, what? And then by the third time, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. There's something wrong with the way I said that. And I'd go, Lainey and me? And she'd go, what? And I'd go, Lainey and me went to the store? And she'd go, what? And I'd go, oh, it's Lainey and I went to the store. So the rule of thumb, it's very easy with that. If you say me and Lainey went to the store, take out the other person. Would you say me went to the store? You wouldn't. You would say I went to the store. So in that case, you'd say I went to the store. Now, if it was just you, if it was you and Lainey, my sister, you would then say Lainey and me went to the store. Again, take away Lainey. Would you say me went to the store? So you can always take away the other person, and then you know the proper way to say it, right? So Lainey and I went to the store, because you take Lainey away and then I went to the store. I'm a little bit of a grammar stickler because of my grandmother, but those are many lessons I learned. One of the other lessons I learned from my grandma is if I ever said anything was weird, she would say, what? And I'd say, oh, that's weird. And she'd say, what? Again, she's like, things aren't weird. Things may be different. They may be different to you, but it doesn't mean that they're weird. My grandma was a very smart woman. That was my Grandma Marie, and I'm named after my Grandma Marie. I am Layle Marie. My creative roots said her husband is the grammar police. Steph, wow. Steph's English was her mother's second language. Let me try that again. English was my mom's second language, and she was a stickler for good grammar, and she did the same as your grandma, right? Okay. And I think that's because, if English is your second language, you learn all those rules. Now, we learn those rules as kids in elementary school. Sometimes we just don't remember them. All right, next up, number three. I can already tell I'm going to have to remember some more things I learned as a kid because my list is going to be pretty short here. The next one on my list is the importance of saying please and thank you. Always. Always, always, always. This is one I really tried to beat into our kids' brains. Oops. Thank you. Really important. In my opinion, that's really important. That you say please and thank you. That's just what you do. Nick and I will go through a drive-through and get a soda or something, and Nick's like, I'd like a dirty diet Dr. Pepper. And then he just leaves it there, and I go, please? And he's like, I don't need to say please. If when she brings it to me, I say thank you, then it's good enough. I'm like, no, it's not. You say please and thank you. It's important. It's important to me. All right. So, I know, I wish I knew. Actually, you know what I'm going to do really quick? Let me just grab my computer. I need to text my friend Karen and find out when she's coming here. So let me just do this really quickly. I'll do an air text. I'm going to do it from my computer. So let me just do this really quick. Let's do another prize. So you guys can chat away for another prize. And I'll tell you what the prize is in a minute. Let me just see if I've heard from her yet. What time did she say? What time is it? It is 1. If we leave at 2. All right, let me just see. A friend of ours is in from out of town. Anyhow, long story, but we'll see. I'm going to leave that over there for a minute. Let me do another lesson and then we'll do our giveaway. Thank you for the reminder, Terry. I had texted her this morning and then we started and then I never heard back. Well, I did hear back. No, I'm sorry. Joe Disney fan, what I meant by air text was basically I was going to hold my computer in the air and do that as opposed to, as opposed to, like sometimes I tie air bows. And what I mean by that is I tie a bow, but in the air. Yeah. All right. Yes. Prize time. So let me do number 4. Okay. So I need to be done in about a half an hour. All right. Then that will give me a chance to clean up a little bit and clean myself up and change. We're going to a very cold place in the mountains and I have to be prepared for that. So, yeah, we've got about another half an hour. I think probably what's going to happen, friends, maybe we'll have a little bit of time to get started on our next list, but we certainly won't be able to finish it. What we'll do is when we list again the first weekend in April, we'll start out with that list, but I'll tell you what it is. Okay. So the 4th thing on my list, okay, still going, still on my live. I will end in 30 minutes, and then that will give me time to get ready. Okay, there we go. Taken care of. I learned, oh my gosh, Glow. I learned that it's okay to pass gas in public as long as you say, excuse me. Yeah, right? You know what? You say excuse me, right? You step on someone's toe, you didn't mean to do it, you say excuse me. If you pass gas in public, just say excuse me. Or blame it on somebody else. Oh, and then again, this was also a grandma thing. I learned so much from my grandma. I miss her so much. Writing thank you notes. Always. Sometimes if somebody sends me happy mail and I don't have their address, I will write them a thank you email. Oh yeah, we need to do the sneak peek too. Other times, if I have someone's address, I will send a thank you note. Thank you notes are important, I think. Somebody took the time to do something nice for you. You can take the time to write them a thank you note. That I tried with the kids and that lasted for a while, but you know, the older they got, you know, when they're like in their teens, they're like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Like at least say thank you, at least send a text. At least you have to send a text, right? And especially like with grandparents and stuff, if they don't if you don't tell them thank you, like if the kids don't tell their grandparents thank you, then they worry that they didn't get it or something happened or, right? All right, number 5. Number 5 is, it's so important to be nice. Be nice to people. You never know what they're going through. I was bullied as a kid. Up until 8th grade. And then 8th grade, the cool kids decided they wanted me to be in their group, and then it was all okay. But up until 8th grade, so I was an early bloomer. Up until about maybe 5 years ago, I was 5'10". So I've always been really tall. Now I have shrunk 2 inches because that's what happens when you get old. I also have compressed discs, so that is contributing to that too. But so I was a lot taller than girls in middle school when girls can be mean. I also developed much earlier in the chest area than girls my age. I also was heavier than girls my age. So all of those things, that perfect trifecta, led to a lot of bullying when I was a kid. And I always just kind of took from that, you just be nice to people. It takes nothing. Wait, I'm going to swear here, but it's okay. I never swear when we're together because it's important to me. And now in real life, I swear like a sailor. Sorry to disappoint you, but I do. But in business, I do not swear unless I really know you, Becky Moore or Amy Sonoman. Then you hear it. But Nick always said to the kids, it takes 0 effort to be I can't say it, to be a ASS hole. Takes 0 effort to be an ASS hole, right? It takes effort to be nice to people. You have to go out of your way. You have to think about it. You have to do it. It takes 0 effort to be a bad person. It takes effort to be nice. So always be nice to people. You never know what they're going through, right? And even if they're not going through anything, be nice. It takes nothing. Well, it does take something to be nice. It takes 0 effort to not be nice. All right, prize. Oh yeah, because we have more prizes. Let's do this one. Month by month sticker book. It sold out during the sale. I think they've already been reprinted. I just don't have them yet. So if you've been trying to get that and you missed it, that will be back in stock. Your best bet with that month by month sticker book is to go to the website, click the little button that says email me when available. When it is back in stock, you will receive an email letting you know. It's all automated, so it's easy. No human intervention there. So the sticker book is 5x7, 12 stickers, 1 for each month, and that is based on the design of the month by month stamps. These have been super popular. I had no idea they'd be so popular. This was our very first sticker book that we did, and I think we just launched them in December. Yeah, they sold out very quickly, so they're coming back. The winner of the month by month sticker book is, let's go way up, is Nancy Stone. Nancy Stone, you are the winner of the month by month sticker book. I don't think Nancy has won before. Nancy Stone, congratulations. Please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner sticker book. And I will, in the body of the email, please give us your mailing address and we'll get that shipped to you. If you place an order, we can add it to your order. Just let us know. If not, it'll be about 2 weeks before the team gets the prizes out once they get through all of the orders. So congratulations, Nancy. All right, I'm going to go through 7 and then I'm going to stop because I don't have any more on my list other than 7. So I'll need to just think a little bit more. And my 6 is a little bit off there. It's just a little bit off. The 6th thing on my list is my dad. Measure twice, cut once. Right? Measure twice, cut once. Thanks, Dad. My dad was king of those cliches. Measure twice, cut once. But those things really make sense. It's kind of like when I say test stamp first, right? Maybe stamp test, I don't know, whatever. Basically, just test. Make sure you've done the right thing before you commit, right? Measure twice, cut once. Test your stamps on something before you stamp. So that if there's something wrong, then you can fix it. All right, number 7 on my list. This will surprise none of you. I learned this habit very early on. I have always done this, like as long as I can remember. I've always, always, always done this. Lists are my friends. Lists are my friends. I am one of those people that gets easily distracted, hence the squirrel. I have self-diagnosed myself as an adult with ADHD. I know there is no doubt in my head that I have ADHD. No doubt. Everything I read about it, I'm like, yep. I bounce. I go into the room to do something. I'm going to go clean up the bedroom. I'm going to go pick up the clothes, whatever. I go in, I pick something up. I get distracted. I walk in the other room. I'm like a pinball in a pinball machine, bouncing all over. But a lot of the things that I need to do, I carry in my head. And then I start to get anxious. I get anxiety because there's a lot that I have to do. And I'm not talking about like picking up things. I mean like business things and, things like that. There's a lot I have to do. And if it all stays in my head, I can't sleep. I can't eat. It really stresses me out. So if I make a list of things that I need to do, it gets out of my head and on paper. And then magically, I'm not as stressed. Now, I won't pretend that I'm not stressed at all anymore because I still got to do it. But it's not rattling around in my head. So lists are my friend. They always have been and they always will be. What? Oh, Lista. Lists are my friend. Always have been and will be. All right, so I'm going to need 1 or 2. I might as well do this, even though I don't know what 8 and 9 will be yet. I'm going to stamp them now because if I have my stamps out and my ink out, I might as well do it now, and then I won't forget later. Well, no, not that I won't forget later. I won't later be like, oh crap, I don't want to get my stamps out. I don't want to figure out what ink, try to remember what I did. So I'll just have it prepped and ready to go. So I need to be thinking about some other lessons that I learned as a kid. Perpetual to-do list. Even though it's long, at least it's not stuck in my head. I know, right? And there's another thing about making lists like that. It is scientifically proven, and I'm not kidding, that when you check something off a list, you get a little dopamine hit in your brain. You get a sense of accomplishment, right? You feel like you did something. So, excuse me, I am not above writing something on my list that I've already done just so I can check it off. And I know I'm not the only one out there. And if you don't do that, why the heck not? I mean, I don't know. Again, like I say, I've never said, oh, I don't need any more joy in my life. I've always also said, I don't need any more dopamine in my life. I never say that, right? Absolutely. If I can get a little dopamine hit by crossing something off of a list, even if I've already done it, absolutely, I'm going to write it down. All right. So I will come back and I will end up with a couple more things on there. Now, probably one more thing I will do. I won't do that right now, but this is so white. And this has a lot of texture and stuff going on it. I don't know. I'm going to try something. Should we try it? I'm going to try something. I've never really tried this. I'm going to see what happens. So I need to go get a little bit of water. So bear with me. Let me get my sign out. I'm going to get water so I can try this. And I am also going to, find a sneak peek of that collection. So just give me a second. I just have to find where it is. Let me add water and then just add water. Where in the heck were those things? They came back from the warehouse, and where would they have gone? There? No. love it if one of you would come to my house and clean all this up. I don't want to. I don't want to clean it. Too messy. All right, they're not there. So if it's not there, where would it? Oh, okay, well. All right, let me just add the water really quick. It's kind of going to be a sneak peek, but probably not enough of what you're looking for. But oh, hi, Reg. Hi. What? Hi. I don't. What? What do you want? Come on. Do you need to eat again? You need to eat again? Okay, come on. Let's go in there. Come on. Let's go in there. Come on. Okay, they were still in the car. They were still in the car from when I grabbed them at the warehouse. So, I'll show you a little something in a minute, okay? Put my stamp chamois there. Put that down. Put that down. All right, so I am not really quite sure what's going to happen here. I'm going to try something. I haven't done this, so I don't know how it will work. I've seen people do this, and I don't know. We'll see what happens. So if I'm not doing it right, just know I don't know what I'm doing. But we're going to play. So I would like to just make a little bit of ink spatter on here, right? I have an ink, like, textures stamp set. But if I'd been thinking about it, I probably would have maybe added some textures before I did this. So let me look really quick and see where that texture stamp set is in case. Oh, Reggie. Oh my gosh, Reg, come on, please. Yes, we're going to flick it. I do have time, yeah, because I'm going to have a end in 15 minutes. So I have time. All right. So I do have a little bit of texture here, but we're going to try not to use a stamp. We're going to just see what happens here. Get down, buddy. So I added a little bit of water to my I just needed water, right? I'm going to take this little acetate sheet. This acetate sheet was the back, my stamp set said on that. So I'm going to take my ink pad and just put some ink on there. Really, I have no clue what I'm doing. So I'm going to try to now liquidize, I don't know, make liquid out of that. And I won't do this with my project yet. We have to test it first. So let's just test it. So then when I do this, do I have enough on there? Little bit. So now I don't know why I don't have more. Now is when you guys could tell me. Maybe that's not a big enough brush. Would that be it? Not a big enough brush, maybe? I don't know. I know. We're learning though, right? Let's see. I have a bigger brush. I have all the things for the mixed media things. I just don't know. Let's try this one. More water. Okay. I was getting some little tiny splatters, but you really can't see them. So I'm going to try a bigger brush. A little bigger brush, more water. Okay. There's our water. Lots of color on there. Aha. All right. So can we see? We do have a little bit of splatter. No, that's too big. Too big. Okay. So someone else said, so it's funny. Some people are saying bigger brush. Some people are saying too big. Some people are saying Let me just show this. Some people are saying this, because we're just playing here, right? It's only a scratch paper. Some people are saying, tap a pen against it. Ooh, okay, look at what that did. That's the trick. Tap a pen against it. Now, is that too big? You guys tell me, is that too big? Round brush, in between the small brush and the larger brush. More water, round brush. Okay. Sarah uses an old toothbrush. So let's see now. Now I've got spray all over here. Let's put that back. And let's look for a medium brush. How about this one? Do I have a round one? Is this a round, is that a round brush? I mean, that is a round brush, but I don't know if that's what you mean. That's more like a blending brush, right? It's so funny. Tap on wrist. So guess what? There's a whole bunch of different techniques to do this, right? Whole bunch of different techniques. I'm going to make the biggest mess here. Let's try this guy and see what happens. Because I don't think this is really a round brush in what we're talking. Yeah, I know it's a blending brush, right? It's not a round brush. Yeah, I don't think I have a round brush. Now that is probably now totally ruined. I don't have a round brush. Unless, oh wait. Like this one? Is that good? Bristles are too tight for that. What about this one? What do you think? Maybe. I'm going to try it. We'll try this one. Yeah, I knew that wasn't the right one when I picked it up. And now I'm sure I've ruined it, but that's okay because I have never used it for any. All right, let's try this guy. And this seemed to work really well. I liked that technique of tapping it. So we're going to do it. And you know what? It's just a list. If we decide we don't like it, oh well. So we just don't want that to, some of you are like, oh, I'm like shaking. I'm shaking not because I'm afraid. I'm shaking just mixed media totally freaks me out. All righty, let's look. And then usually I don't know when to stop. Then it's like, whoopsie, went a little bit too far. I feel like it needs to be over here too, a little bit. Smack it. All right, so maybe just a little bit more over here. And then I'll hold it up to the camera and you can see what it looks like. This is a great way to take out your aggression too. Just Reggie, please don't jump up here while I'm doing this. Reggie jumps up here, then it's all over, but the crying. All right, I think that's gonna be good. Oh, what a mess. What a mess. So here's something, I'll hold it up to the camera in a second. That's exactly what that's for. My little Layle by Mail mug. We're gonna do the rest of our prizes because I don't think that I did that prize yet. Okay, so now I just need to make sure I gotta clean this off. And I probably need, I don't know, can I clean it off with this? Again, I have no clue what I'm doing. So if you're shaking your head going, wow, what a mess. It's just, but this is how we learn. This is how we play. And yeah, so you can learn with me. Or you can teach me, as some of you did. All right, there we go. So yeah, I've got the sneak peek still. I had to go get it, don't worry. So let's just hold it up, all right? Now, it's kind of uniformy, but what it did, it totally softened that white and kind of brought it all a little bit more together. Don't you think? Don't you think? Just say yes. Just nod and say yes. Just like I tell Nick. Nick, just nod and say yes. I don't need your opinion. Just nod and say yes. Really, when I ask you if it looks good, I just want you to tell me yes. I don't want you to really tell me the truth. I just say, yes, it looks great, Layle. And then all is good. All right. We're proud of me. Yes, thank you. We're proud of all of ourselves. Okay, so let's do the giveaways, and then we'll do the little sneak peek. Giveaways. We still have 1, 2, 3 more to go. So it will not be the one I use as my little, to put my paintbrushes in, but you will have a new Layle by Mail mug. All right, put your little beverage of choice in, or, your paintbrushes or your pencils or pens. So that one is going to go to Virginia Bush. Now, Virginia, let me check our list and make sure that you have not already won a prize. Virginia, no, I've made a mess with this guy. I do not believe that Virginia has. So Virginia, congratulations. You have won the Layle by Mail mug. So please send an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, put winner mug. In the body of the email, please give me your mailing address. If you have already placed an order, let me know and we will add that to your order. Otherwise, your prizes are going to ship after all of the orders go out. So about 2 weeks. All right, next prize is a set of 2, not 1. Oh my gosh. So Reggie is laying down, so at least we've got that going for us, but he is literally right behind my feet. Right behind my feet. So, this is, it won't be full, yours will be empty, but a set of 2 of my 14 by 14 craft storage pouches. We came out with our first craft storage pouch 2 years ago. Oh, she already won? She did. How did I miss that? How did I miss that? When? When did Virginia win? She did? I don't think so. I don't think that she did because I don't have her on my list. Unless I wrote something down wrong. I don't see Virginia on my list anywhere. So I think we're okay. Okay. So pouches, a set of 2 of these. We came out with our first craft storage pouch in March of 2024. And I feel like I always need to share that because you are seeing them on the market now. And ours came out March of 2024. And that really doesn't matter. Just know that mine are lovely. And if you're buying storage pouches, I would sure appreciate it if you supported me instead of someone else. That made me very angry. Anyhow, set of 2 of the 14 by 14 craft storage pouches. These are kind of cool. We call these a kangaroo pouch. Some of you call these a kangaroo pouch because you have one big pocket here. This big pocket is a 14 by 14. And then this is a separate pocket, kind of like, actually, I don't really know if a kangaroo's pouch is separate from the rest of the body, but this pouch is separate from the rest of the body. So you can kind of keep some of your smaller things in the front and then your bigger things in the back. So set of 2 of these. I think we have 5 different size of the craft storage pouches. We are out of the 13.5 by 13. They have already shipped, but they come from overseas, so it will just take a little while for them to get here. If you've been waiting for those, just go to the website, put your email address in, and when they get back in stock, you will be notified. The winner of the 2 14 by 14 craft storage pouches is, stopping, let me go to the bottom and scroll up, is, let me check. Ant Recreates. Ant Recreates. I had to look at that. Ant Recreates? No, Ant Recreates. Ant Recreates. Congratulations, Ant Recreates. You are the random lucky winner of 2 of the 14 by 14 craft storage pouches. Please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner storage pouches, and I will know what that is. Winner storage pouches. In the body of the email, please put your mailing address. Let me know if you already placed an order. We will add that to your order. Otherwise, we will ship those out. The team will ship that out in about 2 weeks once they get through all of the orders. Thank you guys for supporting me. You know I appreciate that. You just know. I hope you know. I hope you know. I hope I tell you thank you. I hope I share my love with you enough that you know I love you. All right, last but not least, we have one more prize, and it is, well, I mean, they're all good prizes. This is a bigger one, bigger. And this is, I do not have one, do I, where, come on, Layle. Oh, here we go. It is one of my Adventure Awaits Traveler's Notebook covers, all right? Adventure Awaits, so it's a Traveler's Notebook cover, and it comes with 2 lined inserts. Really fun, really, really fun. That one is going to go to, woo, the chat's going like crazy. Reggie's getting in his bucket. Kelly, hold on. Kelly Dugan. Kelly, congratulations. Kelly is the random lucky winner. Our 20th winner between last night and today. Kelly's the random lucky winner of the Adventure Waits Traveler's Notebook cover. Kelly, please send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put winner TN, Traveler's Notebook. I will, actually, you better put Adventure Awaits TN because I've got 4 different ones, 3, 2, whatever, that I'm giving away between the live prizes and after party. So, before I show you the sneak peek, see, you gotta wait and listen to what I say before, right? See how I did that. Remember the sale. The sale is still taking place. The sale is 15% off of all Layle by Mail products this weekend through Sunday, the 15th at midnight, with the exception of the 2026 season pass products, the ink storage solution blending thing, any of my project kits, and then any products that are already bundled because they're already on sale. Amy the Great just asked a great question. How do you find out if you won when you choose from the after party? So when I get back into town at the end of the month, I will randomly pick. I sort them the same way on the computer, and then I just scroll up. That's just an easy way to do it, but it's totally random. I reply to your comment, and that is how you are notified when I reply to your comment on that video. So those after party prizes, as soon as this video is over, you can leave a comment on the video. You can also go and leave a comment on the video from last night. Then you have a chance to win one of 20 more prizes. The sale ends, yes, I think we talked about all that. 15% off. Coupon code is in the description box of the video. We will be listing again on the first weekend in April, but not until then, because I will be out of the country. So with all of that said, thank you, you guys. I haven't forgotten don't worry. I have to figure out what I'm going to show you. With all of that said, just thank you. Thank you for celebrating with me last night. I'm so tired. Last night, whether you were with us last night, whether you were with us today, whether you're watching the replay, just thank you. You guys are so important to me, and I love our sessions like this so very much. I get so excited and passionate about it because I love doing what we do, and I love chatting with you guys and interacting and just your support and all of the things. With that said, let me look to see what I should sneak peek. And if you're like, what are you talking about? Our next collection coming out is the first weekend in May, and it is another travel collection, and it is called Far and Wide. I don't even know here. What should I share? I mean, there's 3 different die cut packs. Maybe this. You'll just get a little sneaky peek, okay? These are the die cut titles. So with this collection, 12 by 12 paper pack, there is a 6 by 8 paper pad. There are 3 different stamp sets. I might show you one of the stamp sets too. There are 3 different die cut packs, kind of 4, but 3. Washi tape, 6 by 12 stickers this time. We're having a lot of fun. So here is a little peek at the title die cuts. I won't show you the back because you won't see them all, but that'll just kind of give you an idea. Nice bright colors. Everything in it has to do with travel. So if you don't travel, well, it will not be for you because it's definitely a travel collection. All right, one more that I'll show you because I want to. I want to and I can. Oh, there's also rub-ons with this collection, but I will show you this one. Some of you have been very interested in the postage stamp sets. Where did they go? I had them a minute ago. The postage builder frames and the postage builder flowers where you can build your own stamp sets. I don't know, it's such a mess here. They're somewhere. But when we released those, we actually released them with the Christmas collection last year, kind of the whole concept of building your own postage stamp. And with that, a couple months ago, we released postage builder frames so you could build your own stamps, and then some flowers that you could add to the, did I lose you guys? Oh no, there we go. I didn't see any of your chat for a minute. I'm like, oh, well, shoot, I think people don't like any of those things I just showed them. Okay, good. I just lost you for a minute. So this addition to that kind of whole postage builder concept, we did the frames, we did flowers to start with, and of course we have to add some for travel. So this is the Postage Builder travel stamp set that you will see released with the Far and Wide collection. Those, all of those fit into the Postage Builder frames. But you guys, how fun. Look at the buildings, the little boat, the lighthouse, the palm trees, the train, the mountains. That's going to be so much fun. So what I've shared right now, they're just sneak peeks. You won't see them available until that first weekend in March. Although, guess what? If you are going to Little Craft Fest, I will have these products at Little Craft Fest. So you'll have an opportunity to shop before anyone else. Otherwise, they'll be available to everyone. And you'll see I'll do live unboxing. The design team will have them in plenty of time, so they'll be able to start working with them. So we should have some fun projects ready for you to be inspired by right when the collection drops. Okay, friends, I am going to rotate the camera and we are going to say our goodbyes for the weekend. And remember, I'm not going to see you. You will see neither hide nor hair. I don't really, whatever that is. You won't see me until the earliest will be Tuesday, the last Tuesday in March. And that is because I'm going out of the country. So last Tuesday in March is when we will do our April Traveler's Notebook class, the free class with season pass. You will see an email come out Monday, this coming Monday, that will have that information about the free class. It'll have my sample of how I have set up, or how I will set up, because I haven't done it yet. My Traveler's Notebook for April, using the April portion of the Spring Summer Season Pass. And it will also include our listing schedule for April, May, June, for the next 3 months. All right, so email coming out on Monday. Let's see, Glow, IG and FB, what does that mean? I know that means Instagram and Facebook, but tell me what you're thinking there. I'm just looking at the chat, make sure I didn't miss anything. All right, friends, is the sale through today? Glow. Yes, the sale goes actually through tomorrow night, Sunday, March 15, 2026 at midnight. Some of you have asked if you can shop more. Well, of course you can shop more. The way that works is you need to place a second order. I'm trying to step back a little bit, but I'm stepping on trimmers and things. You place a second order if you some products came back in stock. You place a second order. When your orders are ready to ship, the team will ship your orders together, your multiple orders together, and then they will refund all but one of the shipping charges. So I won't be able to, and some products are selling out more quickly than others. I don't want you to be waiting on me and miss out on something to add it on the back end, and I honestly just won't have time this time. So if you want to add to your order, place a second order, team will ship it all together. If there's anything I missed, you guys, if I missed something, which I'm sure I missed a ton of things, shoot me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. And I will do my best to get back to you before I leave. I'm really, really trying to get through all the emails. I've been trying to keep up every day the last couple of days so that I wouldn't miss you or have 3,012 emails to respond to. Oh, will we see you? Yes, you will see me on Facebook and Instagram. Some Instagram things are already planned, so they will be taking place without me. But you will see some travel posting from when I'm in Japan, from when I'm in Tokyo. I will be taking my traveler's notebook with me. So if you followed me when I do that, if you follow me on Instagram, you probably know, or go back and look. I did a really fun spread, kind of junk journal style, while we were at Pike Place. Well, I didn't do it while we were at Pike Place, but I took it with me and photographed it with the Pike Place sign behind me. You'll start seeing me do that on all my travels, so you can kind of see what I'm doing. But and if you don't follow me on Instagram, well, why the heck not? Go do it. Go do it. Okay, you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for celebrating with us this weekend. Thank you just for being you. Thank you for being there, and thank you for supporting my little small business that has turned into not so little of a small business. I mean, it's still small business, but compared to what it used to be, I don't know. It's a little bit bigger than small, but not much. But just thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I'm going to try to work my way around to the back of the camera because I have to walk behind it to turn us off. And we're going to hope that I don't fall and break a leg because it's like a minefield in here. So we're going to very carefully walk. And I hope to see you guys soon. Either for the free Traveler's Notebook Setup class at the end of March, one of our listing sessions in April, or maybe even you'll be at Little Craft Fest and we can hug there, okay? All right, thanks you guys, bye-bye. Bye. No, be very careful. Be very careful. Okay. And of course Reggie's asleep now. Of course he is. At the end, he's decided to sleep again. Bye, guys.